A very good afternoon. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Woodbine Racetrack on what is our officially 20th day of the season this Friday, June 7th. We, at the moment, are racing on the inner turf for races 1, 4, 6, and 8. And it has taken a while until this stage of the week for the rain to come, but it has come in a little bit of patches, really. 19 degrees, 66 Fahrenheit. The wind is strong, 22 kilometers per hour or 14 miles per hour as we head to what could be a change. It may not be a change. We'll just have to wait and see if there is continued rain. But right now, it's there, but it hasn't been significant enough to make any changes. So we'll watch and wait, but we have some changes to report as we come to the weekend. Don't forget, it's Belmont Stakes Day tomorrow, and we have great stakes races ourselves, and I do think that we're in for some treats today as well. Let's take a look at the jackpot high five later with that big carryover. Starting off, though, in the first race, at this stage, we are clear for most races. Race 1 on the inner turf is going to be in lane 2, the rail at 12 feet. We'll await the official reading for the going. There are no changes. Race 1. Race 2, and this will be at the start of the $50,000 guaranteed pick 5. There are no changes. Race 2. On to race number 3, and here it's going to be a carryover in the jackpot power pick 6 of $58,236.93, and there are no changes in race 3. Race 4 on the inner turf, and this will see the Stewart scratch of the main track only entrant. Number 8, Vincenzino, is out. And again, this stage, the inner turf action continues as expected. Number 8 is out. Race 5, no changes. Race 5 is clear. In race number 6, number 3, Bold Reload, is out as a Stewart scratch. Do note the inner turf there. And number 3, Bold Reload, is officially out as a Stewart scratch. The 7th race of the program, and there are no changes. Race 7 is clear. Race number 8 and scratch 5, and that is Small Talk as a vet scratch. The final race offers the jackpot high 5, the carryover $194,841.32. The final race will be decided on the Bet365 inner turf, which is now showing as firm, and we'll just see how the day proceeds because, gosh, we've had a forecast that was threatening severe thunderstorms for a whole week, and here we are, and it still hasn't really hit. Coming up right now, we'll find out more with Woodbine Racing Live.
Canada's great little horse, Northern Dancer. There he goes, Secretariat on the outside.
Motivated, I'm focused. This is the moment. Gotta one-up my opponent.
Games absolutely punishing them.
Gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. Game time, that I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Motivated, I'm focused.
Prince becomes the king. Paramount Prince wins the 164 Kings Plate.
This is the moment.
And TGIF, everybody, and welcome to Woodbine as we get set for 8 races today at our Toronto Oval. We are on the all-weather, of course, and we are on the inner turf today, as Robert had pointed out, currently listed as firm. I think, Robert's got a bone to pick with the weatherman sometimes. Maybe he missed his calling as a weatherman, but looks to me that we're just in for rain till about 1 o'clock, and then after that, we're good to go.
I hope you are correct with that. I find that Robert's very unique. He says, like, my elbow hurts, that means it's going to snow. My toe hurts, that means it's going to be windy. My eyes hurt, that means there's like a severe thunderstorm.
He's his own barometer.
Yeah, it's great. It's great stuff. So hopefully we are on the inside turf course because we're very turf heavy today. 4 races on that particular turf course. It's going to be a bit of a roller coaster ride, as a matter of fact, this weekend, it sounds like. So I think tomorrow it's supposed to be nice during the day. Then tomorrow night's supposed to get a little bit ugly as well. But I am going to complain here and get on my soapbox here.
Okay,
it is now June the 7th. Like, can we warm up the temperatures a
I
little
know.
bit?
It's look, I got my sweater
I
on,
know.
for gosh sakes. I know, it's really
I
kind
had
of
my
chilly.
winter PJs on last night.
That doesn't surprise me. He's still wearing the flannel, not moving into the satin yet.
That's right. That's right. So, yeah, no, it was a little bit chilly. But you know what wasn't chilly? Was that tote board last night.
Oh, my goodness. Talk about prices last
Yes.
night. And you know what else was nice? Aside from the prices, and I mean, the first one I got a bone to pick
I
with
know.
that one, because my best bet just got beat by a whisker in the opener on the program. But it was nice to see some barns in the winner's circle getting off of the schneid yesterday. Tino in the winner's circle, Paul Buttigieg in the winner's circle, Ron Sadler getting win, and a jockey who got their first victory yesterday as well.
Sean Bino, yeah, great to see him pick up his first win since suffering a broken leg late in the season last year. So the average win payout, if you thought it was $20, oh, you just missed. Price is Right rules, $19.99.
Just missed. That should be our theme for yesterday.
Oh my God, that was a frustrating day.
Man,
Yeah.
I mean, we were so close to having 4 wins apiece, essentially. Just had to reverse them a little bit in some of those races. But yeah, it was a fun card yesterday. And you know what else just happened now? We just got the nominations out, an update as far as nominations for both the King's Plate and the Woodbine Oaks. And it's perfect timing because we have prep races for those events this weekend.
That is true. So 50, what are we for the plates?
53.
53 for the plates, and then the 30s for the
35.
35 for the Oaks. So that's a great number. And so that's fun because that means next week when we get our programs, they'll have the Queen's Plate symbol, right?
I love it.
Or Queen's Plate. King's Plate.
Put a buck in the jar.
I know. I still think I would have that all done.
It's hard because we've only been doing it for about 25 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. I was doing some radio today and I said, Jeff, King's Plate, just say King's Plate. So we got through that okay. But yeah, so it's crunch time now. And it's kind of expensive. You got to make all these payments.
Yes.
Now you can't supplement. That becomes even more pricey a little bit later on down the line. Did you go with My Boy Prince?
I did, yes.
Too, but I'm very scared of the other cast.
Yes, that's a pretty neat one. Actually, I think it's a really good group of horses. Looking forward to that, and the Oaks as well. And, you know, we've talking too about just how things are shaping up as far as riders getting wins and trainers getting wins. These bugs just continue to do really good things here. The Babyface Bandit had 2 winners on the program yesterday, that being Pietro Moran. And I stopped yesterday after the races where I was talking to his dad, who's still just beating his chest with pride.
You know what? This is the only place where the insect repellent does not get rid of the bugs. Because they just keep coming in a big, big way. So as we freeze this graphic, I'm going to pose a question to you that I thought of last night.
Okay.
So Sophia's going to lose her bug, I think, middle to end of August.
All right.
I think Fraser loses his around that time as well.
Okay.
Pietro's got to go back to school.
Oh my goodness.
So who do you think is going to have the most wins at the end of the
Can
year
you
when it
believe
comes to
this?
apprentices?
Okay, are we going to say total, like between both tracks in Ontario
Woodbine.
or just
Just Woodbine.
Woodbine? That's a tough one. I mean, she's got a lot of live mounts on
And she's a lot
today's
of live
program.
barns, too.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
rides for some big, big outfits. I got to say today, I've picked her on a couple of occasions, so maybe Sophia, but we just don't really know with Pietro because he's just starting to fire and really get going now. Plus, with the stakes win under his belt, I would imagine that Tom Patton's phone is ringing quite a bit.
Look at those baby faces, eh? Oh, we used to have those, kid.
We did.
We used to have those back in the day too. But yeah, I mean, you and I were talking about this. We had a conference call with some of our producers here, and we touched on this last week. The last time I can really remember the bug being this live was the Emma and Corey
I know,
type.
and that's a while ago. Speaking of baby faces,
Yeah, so
you know, but it's really kind of fun, and you know,
It is.
It's like I said, it makes for a good rivalry between all of them, and like you said, some of them are running out of time, so
Yeah.
they got to get that money now before they become journeymen.
let's get some money today, kiddo.
Oh, let's try. We're actually going to give you a pick 4 on today's program as well. Whee! So we're looking forward to that too, but we'll kick things off in race number 1. First race on the program, $15,000 claimers, non-winners of 3, going a mile and a 16th right now on the inner turf, which is listed as firm. Like I said, we'll keep our eye out on the weather, but it looks like it's going to dry up after 1 o'clock, which is great timing. So the first race has a field of 7, going 2 turns, a mile and a 16th here. You know, I kind of went towards this Brad Dunslow horse. Talk about bug riders, where they'll be aboard today. Jaybird. You know, if you look back, some of the best races for this horse were on turf, albeit on the EP Taylor turf course, and now we have to try the inner turf. But you're trying to go back and find somebody who's had experience over the course. And of course, this is a horse making the third start in the form cycle, and a lot of people like that angle. But you could look here, you could look at another bug rider, and that's Austin Adams, who's riding the 2-horse in this race, and he's a 10-pounder.
And just to get back to Jaybird, the thing that I really like is that Abley's got some options. This horse can show speed or can sit off it, just like last time. And last time lost to a Drexler horse named Media Sensation, who was the heavy favorite on that occasion, as a matter of fact. And I would love for Brad to win before Mike Dunslow wins. Because that would be ultimate bragging rights. He would be able to give Mike the gears for ever.
Oh, give him the
won
gears
before you did this year. So, Jaybird, I'm with you on that one. Omniat for me, the 2 for 27. Faces much easier competition here in this spot. You know who is capable of running better is Storm and Dave, but Storm and Dave sometimes is the bad Dave, not the good Dave. But from time to time, he will show up with a good race.
Yeah, he's a little speedy too, so we'll watch for him.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, this is split of race number 4, just so you know, so you can make a comparison at the end of the day.
Good to know. Okay, race number 2, second half of the early double, maidens for 75. You know, you thought the last race yesterday was tough with maidens for 15. Now we're giving you maidens for 75. And actually, last race, both those Dixon horses ended up getting claims. So both the Colbert horses moved into new outfits in yesterday's 8th race. But over here, race number 2, again, we look at maidens for 75. And here's where I go to what I think is actually a pretty nice jockey-trainer combination right now, and that's Tiller with Vivez.
It's now or never for this horse, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, listen, he's been a big disappointment based on how well he ran to start off his racing career. Now he just continues to go down the ranks. He was a total bust last time out, losing to Trey Boucher, who was a non-factor on yesterday's card. But in for 7,500, they've done everything they can. It's now up to this one. One that could be a bit of a player in this spot is Watiko. And Watiko comes out of a race back on May the 18th that you and I talked a lot about when he ran the other day here. He ran well, but then you look back and it's a slowly run race, which is a bit of a thorn in the handicapper's side in here. In his pro portion of his column, he did have a wide journey on this day. Here he is right now. What we say, that's 4 wide right now on the outside. And here's the eventual winner, having a ground-saving trip, who was the heavy favorite on this particular occasion, that being Harper City. But you can tell that these are some horses that they're running out of steam late in this event. And Emma's really kind of riding this horse. I think Emma's really riding well right now.
Isn't she? She's like in the zone, right?
She's really doing well, too. And it's, she got off to a real cold start, so it's nice to see that she's making up for lost time. So here's a look at Watiko. Here's Harper City. And this horse is trying as hard
and Emma's after him.
He can. Like, he has given absolutely everything he's got, and he just can't hold off Harper City. The problem, as we said, is they went 6.5 furlongs in 1:19.3, which is extremely slow. So that is not great from a handicapping point of view. But if you look at the positives, it's the best race he's ever run, and he is on a bit of a forward cycle right now in his form cycle.
There's a few first-time starters in this race too who might have something to say in this race, but it kind of looks like it's all Fascination Street with the drop.
I would agree with that.
Okay, let's go to race number 3, third race on the program. More maidens for you, maidens for $15,000, and it's just a small group of 6 going 3/4 of a mile on the all-weather. It's also where we kick off the Jackpot Power Pick 6, the carryover, more than $58,000. I think this is wide open, Jeff. I mean, you've got some horses dropping in here from 25s in to face $15,000 claimers. The one dropper that kind of catches my eye is this 6-horse that goes out for Keith Edwards with Hoyt aboard. If you go back and you look at the first start off of the layoff, it's a good third-place effort when in this price tag. I can understand the move up just slightly to try horses for a quarter, but I like the move back down to 15.
I'm with you. And one thing about Keith, too, is he doesn't have a lot of horses, but the thing that I have found with him is he spots them nicely. Like Crafty Oaks last season, for example, won early on against Maine Special Weight competition, one of our first 2 races of the year. And I think it was 3 or 4 races later, he had the horse in for a tag, and the horse won yet again. Like, he spots them right. Now, we're going to have more information on Victoria Elizabeth coming up a little bit later on with Ernie, but Southern Princess scares me a little bit as well, because here's another one that takes a significant drop down in class.
Yep, it's a homebred for Goldmart, and they're not wasting any time. Blinkers going on here today, and they switch riders. This is the third start, third different rider. They're going to go to Vivez, and like we talked about off the top of the show, she's sitting on some pretty live mounts.
Yeah, she could have a big day today.
On today's card. Okay, let's go to the 4th race. 4th race is where we kick off the Pick 4, and Jeff and I have put together a Pick 4 ticket for you. We are going to pass that along a little bit later on when the races actually start, because we're just checking, same as you, to see just how the track is going to be playing, if anything happens to change as far as surface goes. But right now we're in lane 2 for race number 4 to kick off. the pick 4. $15,000 claimer, non-winners of 3. Now this one, again, I struggled here because, I think that this 4-horse Robitaille could be the horse, but I mean, it took him forever to get out of non-winners of 2. So now he's trying non-winners of 3. You're thinking, like, how long is this going to happen? So I went to this 4K Force for Julie Bellimer, because if you go back and you look at the races on the inner turf last fall, they were actually good events.
I'm with you. Horse for course, as far as I'm concerned. And I thought he ran better last time out. I think he's starting to round into form. And even though he was winter trained, I just think it's taken him a little while to get going. Look back at last year, Elisa. It took this horse a while to get going too. And then all of a sudden he had a big win and he came right back with another good race and right back with another good race. So hopefully he's now starting to peak a little bit. And Jeffrey Alderson knows him very well. Yes. Speaking of riders having a good meet, there's a guy that doesn't ride a ton of horses, but has made the most of his opportunities in there. Now, Nona's Little Boy, this one was a private purchase after last year, and the turf is the biggest question mark with him. When you see him, he's a big, beautiful horse, but he just doesn't win very often, which I don't like all that much in there. In terms of Robitaille, he beat Basketball Jones, who came back to be not much of a factor of the day right
That's
here.
the other thing, who did he really beat on that day? So I don't know, but I think this is a tough way to kick off the pick 4, because one of these,
not to spoil our ticket, but we're spreading that race.
So that's race number 4. As we go to race number 5. Now the 5th race is a wide open 75. Well, actually, it's got a condition on it, right? So it's horses that haven't won a race in a year or so as well. So you got to kind of, or they're non-winners of 3. So you got to kind of look at it and go, which ones are the horses that haven't won in a year? Which are the horses that are eligible for the non-winners of 3? The non-winners of 3 horses are the 6, the 7, and the 8 in here. Commander Joe, though, goes out for a hot barn. John Ross with Cavay Nichols. 4th start. Whew, this has been a busy horse already. But the drop is here today, and for the tag is 75. Is it this horse, Jeff, or do you look at maybe the 4? Now, the 4, I got to say, I made the 4-horse Chancel my best bet the first day that I was working back with you, and I wasn't exactly pleased with what I saw from him when I saw him in person. His coat was a little dull. And he ran a little dull on that day. But his workouts were what was catching me. And since that race, what's he do? He comes back and works a bullet again. He's a good worker, but is he a good racer?
Oh, this has happened to me many a time, my friend, where we jump off the bedwagon and we do get burned. So let's hope that's not the case there with Chancel. So there's a bunch of 3-time winners in this race. There's one 4-time winner, and that's Dragon's Brew. He's got enough backlash to him that I think he could win. His race at Gulfstream wasn't all that great. Now, he's a stone cold closer. Now, I want to ask you what I'm missing here with the 1, because Doug and Ron like the 1, this being Mannix, and I don't know.
Me neither. I don't see it myself.
They are 2 very sharp handicappers, those 2 guys. And the distance worries me. Yep. I mean, is it the work in 46 and 3? I mean,
the horse has never gone this short before. If we were going 2 turns, I might look at the horse a little bit more, but there might be something up. Well, let's watch this race.
I want to watch the board,
and watch the board. That's what I mean. If this horse opens up as the favorite, then the word is out. He could be, a barn bet here today. But the other thing, too, is that Savachi goes to him. That interests me as well, because if he's a no-go,
especially because he usually rides the other ensign horse in the race, Sloth. Yeah. So that's another thing, too. So all of a sudden, Mannix looks even more intriguing there in that spot. So I might be dropping the ball with that horse and not seeing it all that well, because I respect Ron and Doug a ton. They are great handicappers, so I'm maybe missing something there with Mannix coming up in race number 5.
Yeah, well, I'm not on the rail to hear the talk in the morning, but Dougie is. So you never know what he's up to. Okay, so that's race number 5 as we go to the 6th race. Now, this is 5/8 of a mile on the inner turf course. This race I'm really looking forward to, Jeff, because you and I both really respect Amanda Irwin. Oh, geez, I called her Amanda.
That's okay.
It's Amanda Cameron right now, and married to Zach, of course, and her dad, Dennis Irwin, a great guy. This is a horse who's a perfect 2 for 2, and I'm a big believer in this. I know you are too. Happy horses win races. This is a happy horse. I've been really lucky in my career to see a lot of, see Amanda kind of developing, and of course she learned from one of the best,
Keel.
Right? Mike Keel. And her horses always look good, They are happy horses. I mean, the way this horse is winning right now, he's peaking now, and it's awesome. Can he win 3 in a row? Can he win on the turf is the big question.
And I was actually joking with Ryan Munger the other day about the fact that when he won with this horse for the 2nd time, I said, I didn't realize that you could actually photocopy a race, because it's exactly what they did. It was the same trip, back on April 28th, that the horse got back on May the 18th. And we'll use a little of our harness term in here. Would you say this is a bit of a pocket type of trip in here? You know, and I was saying to Ryan, I was like, why is this horse so good right now? He says, I don't know, because we just get along so well. Like, he just runs for me. The thing that, I mean, you and I try to be, you have more of a natural ability for this than I do, but we try to find horses and look at them to see if they're happy or not. And to me, this guy just seems like he's happy.
He is. Look at his ears. He's listening to Ryan. You know what else that I like too, and I was saying this to you on the show when we were watching the replay actually earlier on. I like the way Ryan Munger rides. He's patient. He doesn't really get after horses very much. They run for him. You know, he lets a horse relax and do its job. But isn't she lucky that she was able to get a carbon copy race? Because so many times when you have these horses who can be victims of the early pace, it doesn't always set up for you. But I think we're going to agree that this horse might take to this surface. I'm
worried about turf a little bit, and I'm worried now about the scratchable reload too. Does somebody else get an easy lead in here, like maybe like a Tricky Magician or a Casanova Kitten or even Alicia's Kid? Like, does somebody else get an easy lead, and all of a sudden we can't quite make up that ground? Because this guy's had 2 perfect setups in a row to pull off those victories.
Had Bold Reload been in, were you using that horse on top, or were you still using the 2?
Yeah,
I was going to put him up on top because that horse always tries.
He's quick.
Yeah, but he's a stew scratch.
You know what the problem is with Bold Reload, and it's a moot point now, is he's just a 2-time winner, taking on some really salty horses in that race.
But he never misses a check.
No,
really.
he's
nice
good.
Horse.
He's fast.
All right, let's go to the 7th race. 7th is where we play the late double here, a $7,500 claimer. And, well, I guess I go to Gemista for Bill Theranos. There's one thing about this Theranos barn. They're off to a really good beginning of the meet. They had a horse yesterday that raced. She was looking for 3 wins in a row. Yeah, Cavala. And then for a minute, it looked like she was going to back up, and then she came back on. She's super, super game. That's the kind of horse that I like. I'd love to have her in my own barn. But Gemista here for Theranos. Wilson goes here. Now, was this Wilson's choice? The other thing is this 4-horse, which I've played, in for 3rd, Maximus Momentus. Now that I'm starting to get a hang of some of these riders and their style, like the riders that I'm not very familiar with, this could be a horse that really likes the style that Ryan Munger rides with.
Maximus Momentus now has won opening races in consecutive years and never won again last year. And so they're hoping that this guy can stay in a bit of a zone. But I want to pick your brain a little bit more about Gemista. I don't know if you're a huge believer in the bounce factor or not. Do you think this horse maybe regressed a little bit last time off that hard race first time out? Because now they're dropping in class too. That last race, the horse I thought was flat last time. Now lost to a really sharp Tiller horse in Echo with Laughter, but do you think there was maybe a little bit of a regression off that hard race to start off the season?
Possibly. I mean, anything's possible. The thing that I like is that Wilson sticks with this one, because maybe she could have gone to the 4. Maybe there were options there. So
they got the same agent, right? Ryan and Emma.
Well, there you go. Aren't you lucky that you have 2 like that you're handling? But Gemista, I got to go this way. The horse that kind of bugs me a little, though, Jeff, that we didn't talk about is the 6 Highland Society, because this horse had a good first start, I think, with the 3rd place effort. And we saw this Ron Sadler barn in the winner's circle on yesterday's program. I don't think they're necessarily first start out barn. I think, the second start could be the key. So I wouldn't leave this horse off your tickets.
And I'm going towards Lenny K as my top pick. Takes a much easier approach here today, and that's 7th race to wrap up the pick 4.
Race number 8, the finale on the program, where we play the jackpot high 5, and it's really growing now. Geez, it's at $194,000.
We're almost at your annual salary.
That's true. Yes. Well, that's my bonus, actually.
That's right.
Almost $200,000 here in this jackpot high 5, a $25,000 claiming event. Non-winners are 3 life on the inner turf, going distance of 5/8. I love 5/8 of a mile. It's my favorite distance. Just, going as best you can in those events. And Rock to Fame is a horse who's on the drop. Now, here's something, like we were talking about this before. You don't often see Cassie claiming horses, and he's claiming, he's a colt. But he claimed him for 40. He got the win for him first start after wintering him. Got the win first start against Maidens. Came back in a non-winners of 2 for the same price tag. Ran a decent second, and now we dropped the horse in for a quarter. So he's saying, you want him, come and get him. He's a speed player in this race today. He could go gate to wire here. But then you want to try and find somebody who could maybe close off of that speed. Well, what about this 9-horse, a Musical Spell for Steve Flint? He was able to kind of stalk the pace last start out on the turf and had a really game effort, but that was against non-winners of 2, and he's got to tackle non-winners of 3.
Great trip last time out 2 for Musical Spell, and Rock to Fame is actually skipping a condition too. But when you're a speedball like this, going a 5 furlong race like this, I'm not too worried about that. But Musical Spell, how does Munger get this type of trip from the outside draw that he was able to get the horse last time? That's the $1 million question. By the way, just got an email from Ryan Stafford, who is in charge of our tracks here, now downgraded to good.
Okay, that's good. We'll take that.
So here's a look at the number 4 here, and this is Musical Spell, and we're on the inside here, and just a perfect trip. And the one thing that you pointed out during the replay when we were watching them earlier on today was he never once cocks a stick with this horse. Never once. It's all hands and just a little show of the stick, and now kind of bullies his way between the horses in here, which you can do when you have a nice horse with a lot of run. And here we go now, and we'll go right on by to pull off the win over Field Hockey and Dissectologist. Obviously the waters get deeper, but how does he get this type of trip again? Does the horse need that type of trip, or can the horse overcome that outside obstacle today? Because I think when 5/8, when you're stuck all the way on the 9 hole, that's a little tricky.
I like this guy. I gotta say it. He's got magic hands. I mean, I really like the way he rides horses, especially those kind of stalkers or horses that you want to get that off the pace trip. He just seems to get them to relax, and then they do it for him. Like you said, he never even had to do anything with that horse.
And I like that too, because I think the horses next time out have more in reserve.
No kidding.
You're not going to the bottom of the barrel, right?
Hey, and they're not sour because you didn't get after them all the way around. They're happy horses and they want to run, as is the case with that Amanda Cameron horse.
Unlike me, I'm sour because I'm working with Elisa.
No, I was just, you shouldn't be, because you've sweetened. Now. You've sweetened. You were sour, and now you've sweetened.
Okay.
Plays of the day to pass along your way as well. What have we done here today? Well, you've gone to race number 3.
AZL. Yeah, I just think, outside draw, today's the day. I just think, perfectly spotted. As you said, that first start was so good. That turned out to be a key race last time. I just think it wasn't too tough of a spot.
I went to Jamista because why? Because I keep picking Bill Theranos horses as my best bet. And you know what? So far, they've been okay. So I'll stick with them here today in race number 7. 5-2 the morning line price on a horse that Emma Wilson will stick and hopefully click with here in race number 7. Jaybird, a top selection for Ron Bierkink in the opener. That's one that we all agree on. And look at this. Dougie's made this Irish horse, Mannix, his top pick. So what's he got here? Lead the lead in the stretch and run down. He must have saw something in Florida that he really liked.
Doug looks very sophisticated in that picture too. He looks like what would you say, science teacher?
Yes, he does look like a science teacher.
Yeah.
Says the professor.
E equals MC squared.
It's a busy day today. 8 races in total, and as mentioned, the inner turf course has now been downgraded to good. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we got a special guest coming into the studio with a Clocker report.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
The man, the myth, the legend himself, the head clocker here at Woodbine. His name is Ernie Perry. He's in studio and he's got his winter jacket on. What is going on? You're promoting Woodbine? Yeah, that's
and it
nice.
is cold outside.
It is cold outside. It doesn't feel like
Right.
the start of June,
No.
that is for sure. But the race in action, it is hot. And this is the time of the year where you shine. I have to give a tip of the cap to you, my friend. You had a beautiful first-time star the other day that was able to win for the Sandy McPherson outfits. But it's all, what have you done for me lately? Can you have some success today? Let's find out. Let's first of all take a look at one horse that has not run in a long, long time. Comes from a barn that rarely takes action, with a rider that rarely rides here at Woodbine. So you're going to get a price here. Tell us about Victoria Elizabeth.
So just looking at that gate work, that's all I'm basing on. I think this one is probably getting ready down south in the winter, but that gate work was quick. Started out with a couple others and closed on the outside, and it was just an eye-catching move. So just looking for something on a card like this where, you know, there's not many allowance type horses and stakes horses. So this is what I came up with today, Victoria Elizabeth.
So we go from Victoria Elizabeth to our horse of the year from last season, Fav Rover, who was racing down at Saratoga in New York. I was kind of hoping it would have rained there because she's wicked on a turf course that's got some cut to it. But she does have some idiosyncrasies, as we know. How is she coming along as she gets ready for New York today?
Well, like you said, she ran great in the Diana last year, yielding third by a quarter of a length. Just that gate work was fantastic the other day in 47-1. Just came home quickly. She's been training very well all spring. She deserves that race, or being with that company, and she's a Grade 1 winner, so the price should be pretty decent.
So the EP Taylor last season, she got an unbelievable ride on that day, courtesy of Javier Castellano. We're going to take a look at that replay for you right now. You might remember the horse was on the front end, that got taken back a little bit, then swung towards the outside. You can tell the ground's got some cut to it here on this day. It's a very prestigious race at Woodbine. The EP Taylor, you get some unbelievable future broodmares. And probably after this victory, she won the Beverly D, and then she wins this race. This is probably sold up horse of the year honors for her.
Yeah, absolutely. She just keeps digging in, and I agree with you. You know, it would have been nice to have a little bit of range. She likes that, but she was digging in there, and she's coming into this race. She runs very well, fresh as well, so she's coming into this one very good.
Yeah, so there's a look at her. I remember one day I picked her though, and sometimes you see her out there, and she tips her cards. Like if she, for lack of a better term, if she looks like she's sour on things, she'll not run a jump, but other times she'll just run a hole through the wind. Let's look ahead to tomorrow here at Woodbine because I need to make some money here.
All right.
I heard you're the man that was all over the Kentucky Derby exacta.
Yes,
let's take a look at coming up tomorrow's card, Rags to Diamonds. So this is a first-time start from the Minchell Barn, and they won with a first-time starter, 2-year-old, not all that long ago, as a matter of fact.
Carlisle Bay, and this one worked with Carlisle Bay that day, and obviously Carlisle went a little better. She came out win first time out. So, you know, you can go many ways in these races. You have the regular Cassie's, Kevin's, Nathan Squires. If you're looking for a long shot, number 3 Ambitious Last has been working really well. You need a price to kind of bet a smaller barn against these big outfits. So, but I'm sticking with Rags to Diamonds on top, maybe a little Ambitious Last underneath.
Lunch with, not Ernie, but Lunch with Bernie is another one that we'll keep an eye on for Marcassia. So this is the second start off the bench for this one. And Marcassia will send out this horse.
Yes, and the horse is training well. Went head-and-head with Olivia Rose that day. I don't know, we saw Olivia Rose come back in her comebacker, so you don't know what you're going to get.
No, I know.
I think the race sets up for Bernie, the company she's been facing, and that's why I went with Lunch with Bernie. Sounds practical. Normally burns up the track in the morning as well, but again is another speed type. So I just think the race sets up for Bernie, and that's the pick I'm going with.
And we have some bonus horses for you coming up on Sunday. There's a certain ear in this studio that's going to be very happy to hear what you have to say about one of these horses. Let's first, we'll start off though with Live Lucky as a horse that we'll watch here coming up a little bit later on.
Yeah, I'm very happy, and this one's an Ontario sired horse, so that bodes well. This one worked with Inundation, and I thought I worked Inundation pretty handily. So Inundation is a nice horse. Now, Inundation might not be at the point where she wants to be. Similar to, we're talking about Mora, when Mora started working out this year, she was okay and average. Mora's last work was spectacular. So sometimes it takes a while, but Live Lucky did outwork her that day, and I think if you get a good price, it's a nice horse.
So somebody, Lisa, likes Wagstaff coming up on Sunday's card of racing. Now this is at Yorkton, and we know Yorkton very, very well. That was a Chiefswood horse.
Yeah, and this one did scratch last time, I believe, but worked in 47-1 with a set of older horses, Spirito Tipperary being one, and John LeBlanc has another first-time starter in there. So outworked one of them. You know, Nathan's very good with them. This might be one of the better ones in his barn. This one has worked with Sol de Verano, who won. But you can also make a case for War Legend, Big Screen Boss. I was a toss-up between those three, but I'm going to give Wagstaff the nod.
Just out of curiosity, with Wagstaff, I don't know if you know this, has Moran been working him?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So that's a plus,
Moran
too.
gets on a lot of Nathan's, too.
Oh, okay, that's great to see.
Yeah.
The elder Moran.
Yes.
All right, Ernie. I really appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, have a great weekend.
Quick thing. Any gut feeling on the Belmont tomorrow?
Well, like I said, I did well with Mystic Dan and Sierra Leone Exacta for the Derby. I might give it another go.
Why not? They owe you nothing.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
You're going to be a positive regardless.
Yep.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, guys. Thanks
Ernie
for having
Perry, head clocker, morning line odds maker, and great at cutting the grass as well, I'm told, when the wife asked him to. When we come back after this commercial break, we'll get you all set for the opener here from Woodbine on this Friday.
"17 minutes to go before race number 1 on the program on this Friday, where now the skies are getting blue, Jeff.
We've had everything but snow today.
And of course, the inner turf is now listed as good, but if the sun continues to come out, I think we are looking at a pretty good day for the remainder of the afternoon as far as racing is concerned. But looking forward to this 8-race program, and we just saw one of the hardest working guys in race number 1, and that's Brad Dunslow, who's going to bring his own horse over here for race number 1 on the program. Jaybird is the current favorite at odds of 4 to 5. Let's get started by taking a look at the one horse in this race. This is a $15,000 claimer, non-winners of 3, going a mile and a 16th on the inner. We are in lane 2. It is listed as good, and the one horse at 5-2. This is Storm and Dave, second start off of the layoff.
He's been good to me in the past, this guy, so I do have a bit of a soft spot for him in my heart. His comeback race was not good. He got involved in a real wicked pace battle that won that day. This one was dueling. They went the half in 48-3. First start off the bench. He probably needed it. He's a wake-up prospect in this tilt as far as I'm concerned. He might go a long, long way in here, and I think he's really happy when he gets a chance to race on the grass. He did break his maiden on this turf course with Trinette's aboard. The barn would love to get some momentum going here at this point, as with the rider. So hopefully some good things to come here with Storm and Dave.
See, I don't mind this 2-horse Omniat from Mike McDonald, because if you look back at the form, this horse actually does very, very well when competing on the inner turf course.
And it being pretty aggressive right off the bat, too, by dropping the horse down in class. Last time that we saw this one, the second place finisher came back to win for 40, and the fifth place finisher came back to win for 25. This horse finished 4th. So that's really, really good. And if you look back at last season, off the bench from a bit of a freshie, the horse ran a beauty of a race on the turf. Now, the inside turf course has been good to this one as well, so I like that too. So it's all a question of if she's fully cranking this race, she might be able to do some damage here at a bit of a price. And she does get in really light here today as well. Austin rode the horse last season and rides yet again here today.
I think there's a lot to like about that horse, especially at 14-1. The 3 is at a price 20-1 on Yorkville, but don't let the price deter you, because yesterday's opener on the program went to a horse at what, Jeff?
30,
it was like 36-1, I believe.
Something like that, yeah.
And in a nail biter too. So this one going out from the Keith Edwards barn. Let's move over to the 4-horse Mr. Meeseeks. Now this is the first time back here at Woodbine. The horse had been here previously with Darwin Banak, went down to compete at Turfway Park in Kentucky in $5,000 claimers, and resurfaces here with Norm McKnight.
I think they would have loved for this race to have been moved over to the Tapeta. I really do, because the turf races last season were not very good here by any means. So I'm going to go in a bit of a different direction here today, but you know, Mr. Meeseeks does have that winter conditioning, which might become a little bit of a handy thing.
Might Be Speedy goes out for Hall of Famer Bob Tiller. This is 3rd start in the form cycle. We tried sprinting, and then we stretched out to go long last start. Now we're going to tackle the turf course, and has never been on the inner before.
Right, probably deserves another shot on the course, I would say that, because when last seen on the EP Taylor turf course was much tougher than what the horse is going to face here today. And I will say this, too. I think maybe they figured out the caramel secret with this horse, because all of a sudden they went long last time. That was a much better race. So maybe going around 2 turns, he might be a little bit happier here. But probably deserves another shot on the grass as well.
And here's a hard worker, Brad Dunslow, sending out the 6-horse Jay Bird, the current favorite, at odds of 4-5. This horse has some of the best races on the turf, albeit on the EP Taylor turf course. Brad owns the horse, trains the horse, paddocks the horse, probably shoes the horse.
Probably does.
Maybe gallops the horse as well.
Just so versatile. Can show speed, can sit just off of it as well. So lots of different options in here when it comes to what exactly we're going to do here with race number 1 coming up shortly. But certainly the turf is going to be A-okay when it comes to this guy. I just think he's found a really, really good spot in here, and the Keith third start off the bench as well.
I mixed up my Dunslows.
That's okay.
It
They
happens.
look a lot alike.
It happens every once in a while. See, Brad's got his nice shirt on. He wants to get his picture taken here today. The 7 is Mo Tourist going out for Augustino, and a horse who is at 7-1 at this point in time. Did race against Jaybird though last start out.
And did finish up pretty good, I thought, in that last race as well. The sprint to route angle seemed to work well. The turf, it's a very small sample size, and it was both races of those variety taking place on the bigger course, and it's never taken place on the inside turf course in here. Now, this barn yesterday, I felt so bad for them in the finale. They had 2 horses in the finale, and they both dueled each other into submission. Don't have to worry about that here in this race, because there's only 1 horse from the barn. But let's just hope for a little bit more racing luck on their side here coming up in the opener.
All right, give me your top 3 here.
6-2-1. Yourself?
6-2 for me. Let's see if we can get this Jaybird home for Brad Dunslow. Like you said, it'll be bragging rights for Brad if he happens to be the first one to get a win over his brother Mike. Mike's sending out some pretty live horses, though, from 2 starters. I think he's had 2 second-place finishes.
Right, but guess what? If Brad wins, I will be calling Mr. Dunslow right away.
So a whole bunch of other people. 12 minutes to go before race number 1 on the card. Good luck.
Here's the call to post. The first race on our program today is on the bet 365 in a turf, and that is officially now good, so has been downgraded from firm to good. We're in lane 2. The rail is at 12 feet, and there are no changes. Race 1, the distance here is 1:16, and is set aside for 3-year-olds who are non-winners of 3. First of our program is 9 minutes away as they head to the post parade. In the post parade, race 1, number 1 is Storm and Dave, trained by David Cody, owned by Richard Forborchan, David Cody, and the rider is Sky Chanette. 2 is Umniat, who's in the barn of Michael McDonald for owners Ricardo Sterling and Jefferson Gill, and the rider is Austin Adams. 3, Yorkville, is owned by Richie Callender, trainer Keith Edwards, the rider is Jose Campos. Number 4, Mr. Me Seeks for Lou Donato, Norm McKnight and Pietro Morin. 5, Might Be Speedy for Rolf A. Davis, trained by Robert Tiller with jockey Ryan Munger. Jaybird, number 6, raced and trained by Brad Dunslow with Fraser Abley. Number 7, Motourist for Michael Bellissimo, Roy Agostino and Leo Salas. The first race coming your way on the inner turf, which is officially good and is 7 minutes away. The field for the first race headed across now to the inner turf as we commence our program on the inner turf. The going officially good. We are clear of changes. The favourite here is at 3-2, number 6, Jaybird, tightening right up as the popular elect. 2 minutes to the first race, 2 minutes away. Now the starting gate being put into place for the first race on today's program. Now they're on the way to the start. Moving forward is Storm and Dave. They're coming up. Into gate number 2, Omniat. Next to join is Yorkville to gate number 3. Mr. Meeseeks will follow. Might be Speedy to gate 5. Fraser Abley on the favourite here, which is Jaybird. Jaybird is the grey. Walks forward. And to the outside post is Mo Tourist for jockey Leo Salas. The Friday opener here, the field is all in and locked up. Off they race, and an even break on the inside. Away nicely is Storm and Dave. Umniad's right there. Coming forward is the favourite Jaybird, and between runners might be Speedy to make a line of 3 with Storm and Dave taken on for the lead by Jaybird deeper on the track. Might be Speedy now drops in for the trail in third. A length away fourth is Umniad on the inside of Yorkville. Second last is Mo Tourist, and on the inside, Mr. Meeseeks. Racing down the stretch the first time and sharing the lead on the rail, Storm and Dave. The outside Jaybird keen to go on. They move away by about 3 lengths to Might Be Speedy, now 4. Over on the inside, Umniat, length and a half to Yorkville. Second last, Mr. Me Seeks, and last is Moturis. Clapping on the pace as they head up the backstretch. It's Jaybird testing Storm and Dave, but they engage in their own private battle. They've gone away by 5 lengths to Might Be Speedy. Umniat is fourth on the inside. Length and a half to Yorkville. Second last, Mr. Me Seeks. And at the back is Motourist. They ran through the half in 47 and still no separation between Jaybird on the outside and Storm and Dave the rail. They're now 7 in front. In third placing and pushed along, Might Be Speedy from Umniat. Yorkville. Second last, Mr. Me Seeks, waiting for room up the rail. And at the back is Motourist. Jaybird still can't break away from Storm and Dave. They're 6 in front. Might Be Speedy and Umniat wriggled at and coming on a little bit, and behind them looking for room is Mr. Me Seeks trying to get off the inside. They come to the corner. Jaybird and Storm and Dave, they're down to 2-length lead. Mr. Me Seeks is coming from the back as they corner. Jaybird and Storm and Dave lock in battle from Umniat, and down the outside Mr. Me Seeks is finishing well. Out in front Jaybird. Mr. Me Seeks has seen daylight, races up, and Mr. Me Seeks on the outside comes to the lead from Jaybird and has got the upper hand, and down to the wire, and Pietro Moran with Mr. Me Seeks wins the opener by 3/4. Jaybird second, and third Yorkville, followed by Might Be Speedy. 1:43.88. Opening quarter was 23-1. The half a mile, 47 3/4, 1:11. The mile, 1:36.4. Time for the race, 1:43.88. Number 4 is first. Mr. Me Seeks. 6 Jaybird second. Third 3 Yorkville, and fourth 5 Might Be Speedy. Unofficial numbers, race 1, 4-6-3-5. We have 2 rider claims of foul, and please note there are 2 separate incidences. First up, we have a claim of foul by the rider of the 1, Storm and Dave, against 6 Jaybird, and that was up the back stretch. We also have a rider's claim of foul to Umniat on the 5, Might Be Speedy, and that's down the stretch. So there are 2 separate claims of foul. Again, 1 on 6. That is the unplaced number 1 against the runner up. And then 2 on 5, the unplaced 2 against the 4th place finisher. Please hold all tickets on the first race, unofficial on 4-6-3-5.
He told me, go get your pitch taken and wave to me.
Right across. Hey, this way, this way.
Where do you want him?
Right across.
Where do you want him?
Yep, right over here. Where? Yep, that's great. Thanks, guys. Okay, boys.
A very nice swim by Mr. Me Seeks. This horse relaxed beautifully under Pietro Moran and then got the clear sailing in the stretch to win well. A good performance for a third win for the baby building a 4-year-old. Success for Lou Donato, winning owner, and Norm McKnight, winning trainer. Pietro Moran continues from where he left off. He won the last race yesterday with a double. He starts today with the first race winner. By Jack Milton from Salander, it is Mr. Me Seeks, the unofficial winner. Mr. Meeseeks was bred in Kentucky by Scott Waterman. Once again, a reminder to please hold all tickets as there are 2 claims of foul. It does not involve the winner, however, it does involve the runner-up, Jaybird, as well as the 4th place finisher might be Speedy from different sections of the race. Now the stewards ruling on the claims of foul. They are both disallowed. Neither of them have been allowed. So the incident in the backstretch, the 1 on 6, no change there. 2 on 5 in the stretch, no change there. The result will become official and stand as 4-6-3-5 on the first race. It is official, and a great payout in the first if you did have number 4, Mr. Me Seeks. $29 even for the win. $8.60 to place and $7.90 to show. 3 Yorkville to show. $8.90. That first race exacta 4-6 has paid $126.20. The trifecta 4-6-3, $495.60. The super 4-6-3-5, $2,229.20. And the swinger bet, a nice return 3-4 for $14.60, 4-6-9-15 and 3-6-660. Off they race, and an even break on the inside. Away nicely is Storm and Dave. Umniad's right there. Coming forward is the favourite Jaybird, and between runners might be Speedy to make a line of 3 with Storm and Dave taken on for the lead by Jaybird deeper on the track. Might be Speedy now drops in for the trail in third. A length away fourth is Umniad on the inside of Yorkville. Second last is Mo Tourist, and on the inside, Mr. Me Seeks. Racing down the stretch the first time and sharing the lead on the rail, Storm and Dave. The outside Jaybird keen to go on. They move away by about 3 lengths to Might Be Speedy, now 4. Over on the inside, Umniad, a length and a half to Yorkville. Second last, Mr. Me Seeks, and last is Mo Tourist. Clapping on the pace as they head up the backstretch. It's Jaybird testing Storm and Dave, but they engage in their own private battle. They've gone away by 5 lengths to Might Be Speedy. Umniad is fourth on the inside, a length and a half to Yorkville. Second last, Mr. Me Seeks, and at the back is Mo Tourist. They ran through the half in 47 and still no separation between Jaybird on the outside and Storm and Dave the rail. They're now 7 in front. In third placing and pushed along, Might Be Speedy from Umniad, Yorkville. Second last, Mr. Me Seeks, waiting for room up the rail. And at the back is Mo Tourist. Jaybird still can't break away from Storm and Dave. They're 6 in front. Might Be Speedy and Umniad wriggled at and coming on a little bit, and behind them, looking for room, is Mr. Me Seeks trying to get off the inside. They come to the corner. Jaybird and Storm and Dave, they're down to 2-length lead. Mr. Me Seeks is coming from the back as they corner. Jaybird and Storm and Dave lock in battle from Umniad, and down the outside, Mr. Me Seeks is finishing well. Out in front, Jaybird. Mr. Me Seeks has seen daylight, races up, and Mr. Me Seeks on the outside comes to the lead from Jaybird and has got the upper hand, and down to the wire, and Pietro Moran with Mr. Me Seeks wins the opener by 3/4. Jaybird second and third Yorkville, followed by Might Be Speedy. 1:43.88. the first race finish order on screen. And there was a claim out of the first race, and it was Jaybird goes from Brad Dunslow's barn to Katerina Vasilieva for Karen Lee McCleve. Next up, race 2, and there are no changes, starting the $50,000 guaranteed pick 5, and post time is in 14 minutes for the second. We're just in. We are off the turf for the remainder of the day, so all the turf races have now been switched to the main track and will be at the same distance, so please note. Later in the program, that will mean that race 4 will be at a mile and 16 on the main track. Race 6 will be at 5 furlongs on the main track. Race 8 will be at 5 furlongs on the main track. The remainder of today's inner turf races have been moved away from the inner turf and switched to the main track at the same distances.
Thirteen minutes to go before race number 2, second half of the early double, and just getting that information in, passing it along your way. We are off of the turf for the remainder of the program, and I'm glad that we know now, Jeff, because it's going to affect a lot of people's multi-leg wagers. So good to know that we're not on the turf now, and we can adjust some of our picks.
Right, so to give you an example of the impact that could have had, so say we run this race, and then they make the decision to come off the turf. Then the 4th race becomes an all race for the pick 5. And a little bit later on, the 6th race becomes an all race as well. So bettors don't like that. Nope. This is the right decision. If you're going to make the call, you have to make it right now prior to race number 2.
Well, and this is why we were saying earlier on in the program that we were going to put together a pick 4, but we were going to wait and see, because it actually is going to change the ticket that we were going to pass along as well. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. Great to see Norm McKnight in the winner's circle for the first race on the program. The Bandit gets the win in the opener too. But Normie getting off the schneid in the opener. Race number 2, second half of the early double, maidens for 75. Here's the favorite, Jeff. This is Fascination Street for Bob Tiller. Vivez doing the riding, keeps on dropping and could just drop right on into the winner's circle.
Now or never is what I have written down on my program. It's up to him now. He's in the easiest spot he'll probably ever be in his career here at Woodbine, at least. And now he's got to put it all together. He just has not made that transformation from 2 to 3. Let's take a look at Steve Turcotte making a bit of an appearance in there. And the first start in this guy's career was very, very good. Now, he did run a little bit better last time out on a day where the inside was preferred. He had a wide journey, but listen, it's up to him now. They've done everything they can. They've put him in absolutely the right spot here today.
I agree, too. Also should mention second race kicks off that guaranteed $50,000 pick 5. The 2 is Dixie Flatter for Peter Behringer, 11-1. They're going to use the waiver claim here.
You know, he actually ran not bad in his first start of his campaign last season. I'm going to go elsewhere with a no for 22 horse, but do note that first start of last year was pretty good. Blinkers
go on. The 3, Absolute Chairman. The 4 is It's Me Mario, currently at 13-1, making the 3rd start in the form cycle. Moving over to some first-time starters, the 5-horse Silent Party, a firster here with Jeffrey Alderson doing the riding, a 3-year-old by Silent Name.
Yeah, so obviously you're thinking Ontario Sired races, but probably couldn't make the cut, and thus is going to be in for cheap. The mare of this one was a 5-time winner, as a matter of fact, and liked like 6.5, 7 furlongs. So that one work with the dogs up on the turf train track looks quick, but everybody works quickly on the turf train track, so do make that notation.
Another dropper here is the 6. That's Magic Rush for Steve Turcotte, who had a nice winner on the program yesterday. Blinkers go on, and the horse was backing up last start out.
Yeah, he just has not done much to this point, so I expect some pretty good speed, but finishing off the job has been a tough chore.
Another first-time starter, the 7 Cheap Speed.
Yeah, not much really to go on with this one. I mean, the pedigree's nice, the mare was nice, but the works just don't look very fast as far as I'm concerned.
What about this 8-horse, 7-2, the price on the Carlos Grant trainee? Emma really did have to keep after this horse in the last start.
Yeah, lost the favorite last time out, so only lost by a neck, but the problem is that was a really slowly run race. It was a bit of a step in the right direction, and for years, this has been a fantastic jockey-trainer combination.
There's some money showing on this 9-horse Moonflasher, a first-time starter, a homebred for Chickadance.
Yeah, not surprised when you look at those works on the train track and on the Tapeta getting ready. Horse worked 47-3 from the gate getting ready. I don't know how many first-time starting 4-year-olds Bruno's got, but he's got a ton of them, and this is one of them. The mare was a 7-time winner. Obviously working quickly. We'll see if the horse can get the 6.5 for a long distance.
So horses out onto the track for race number 2, the second half of the early double, once again off of the turf for the remainder of today's card at Woodbine. Good luck.
Call to post for the upcoming second race on the program as we take a look at the start of the guaranteed $50,000 pick 5, no changes. It'll be 6 1/2 furlongs, maiden 3 and up, and post time will be 7 minutes from now. In the post parade, race 2 of the day, number 1 is Fascination Street for Frank DiGiulio Jr., Robert Tiller, and Sofia Vives. 2 Dixie's Flatter, trained by Peter Berenger for Aurora Meadows and Andre Picknell, and the Ratters Sky Chanets. Number 3, Absolute Chairman, trained by Barrington Sadu for Radcliffe Racing Stable and Admiral Stable with Leo Sales. Number 4, It's Me, Mario, trainer Santino De Paula, owned by Joey De Paula and York Tech Racing Stable with Fraser Abley. 5 is Silent Party in the barn of Anthony Pottinger, who is part owner with Robert and Patricia Weber. The rider is Jeffrey Alderson. Number 6, Magic Rush for Zealy Racing Stables, JDLP Holdings Incorporated, and Stephen Chirkop, trainer. The rider Jose Campos. Number 7, Cheap Speed, is owned by Christopher Huarte, trained by Frank Huarte, jockey Pietro Moran. 8, Wetiko for Jacarra Farms Corporation, Carlos Grant and Emma Jane Wilson. And Bruno Schickedan's owner of 9, Moonflasher, in the barn of Devon Gittins with jockey Juan Crawford. 4 minutes, race 2. A late scratch by order of the stewards. Number 1, Fascination Street, who's got loose. Number 1, Fascination Street, is now officially out as a steward scratch from race 2. Please mark your program. Turning to race 4, we now have a late scratch from the 4th race, which is now switched to the main track off the turf race 4, and take out number 1, 4K Force, as a steward scratch. From race 4, number 1, 4K Force, is now officially out as a steward scratch. That race, as the others from the inner turf, have been switched to the main track. We're 2 minutes away, but again, a little bit of a delay because Fascination Street has got loose. It is a late scratch for this event. So the late scratch of horse 1, Fascination Street. That runner has been brought under control and will be taken away from the main track, and the field will then be called around. A check of betting. Current favourite at even money, Wetiko, number 8. And then we go out to 7-2 for Moonflasher. This race coming up is the first leg in the $50,000 guaranteed. Pick 5. Just a reminder that the remaining inner turf races were moved off of the turf, have been rescheduled at the same distance as on the main track. Now they're headed to the starting gate. We have the field going to the 6.5 furlong start now. The inside gate will now go to Dixie's Platter. They're going to bring It's Me Mario forward. This horse on screen at the moment, riderless now, with Fraser Abley out the saddle, goes to the gate, riderless as the first to load. It's Me Mario pops in straight away. And so the rider headed back to reunite in the gate. They're coming up with Dixie's Flatter. For Sky Chanet's now the inside position as they move along with Absolute Chairman. Blinkers are on. And gate 5, first time starter, Silent Party. Next to join is Magic Rush. Silent Party almost right. Now Magic Rush. Along to gate number 6, Magic Rush. Also with the blinkers today. And now Cheap Speed, a first time starter, 11-1 odds for Pietro Maran, who took the first race here today. Wetiko, the favourite for the run in this second race, is 7-5. And the other newcomer is Moonflasher. Outside gate, and they'll be on their way. Moonflasher moves up. Is the ride for Juan Crawford. A little bit reluctant, has got away a bit. So a bit of a delay with Moonflasher, who is being asked to settle as circles behind the gate. At 7-2 odds is certainly well supported. Moonflasher for the barn of Devon Gittins. As they approach horse 9, Moonflasher now being guided forward. Those in the gate stand well. Moonflasher on the approach. That is a bit skittish behind the start. Absolute Chairman now 4-1 in the betting. Moonflasher comes up. Goes in there, ready to run, all in. Locked up. Gates fly back, they're off, and a bit slow into stride was Silent Party. Moonflasher began sharply, grabbing the lead. Magic Rush from It's Me Mario. Near the inside, Absolute Chairman in 4th. A length and a half away came Wetiko, and Dixie's Flatters on the inside, and back second last. Cheap Speed, about 4 or 5 lengths away last is Silent Party. Magic Rush at the helm shows the way by almost a length to Moonflasher. 1 away third, It's Me Mario. Absolute Chairman on the inside. Bustled up now with Tico joining the main pack well, and goes around them 3 wide. 3 or 4 lengths away came Dixie's Flatter on the inside, and next is Cheap Speed. A long last is Silent Party. They run into the turn and sharing the lead on the outside. Moon Flasher now getting the upper hand narrowly over Magic Rush the rail. About a length and a half away, it's Me Mario, Absolute Chairman the inside, and 3 wide with Tico. And starting to wind up from the back is Cheap Speed, and over on the inside Dixie's Flatter. Narrowly Moon Flasher as they corner. It's Me Mario going up, looking for room. Absolute Chairman with Tico the outside, and sticking on the rails as they come down the stretch is Magic Rush, and behind them, still behind Cheap Speed's a chance, but Tico's got the lead eventually, taking over from It's Me Mario, and battling away Absolute Chairman. Drifting, Watiko in front. Absolute Chairman will come around it. Absolute Chairman coming at Watiko. And as they hit the wire, Absolute Chairman got up to win from Watiko. Back in third, It's Me Mario. And behind them, it's Cheap Speed and the fast finishing Dixie's Flatter. 1:18.45. First quarter in 22 and 4. Half 45 and 1, and 3 quarters 1:11 and 2. The time for the race is 1:18.45. Unofficial result is 3:84 and a photo for fourth. The winner is 3 Absolute Chairman over 4:8 Watiko. 4 It's Me Mario and a photo for fourth place. Cheap Speed number 7 was fourth. 3:8.47. And Absolute Chairman is the winner, always beautifully turned out by Barrington Sadu, and success today for the first time for this 4-year-old Bay Gelding, who's by Society's chairman from Absolute Magic. And Jesse Corona bred the winner in Ontario, Radcliffe Racing Stable and Admiral Stable winning owners, and winning jockey is Leo Salas. It's Absolute Chairman, the winner.
Yep, right across. That's great right there, guys. Thanks, gentlemen.
Here are the prices as we see the unofficial order now become official, and it is $9.90 for 3 Absolute Chairman, the winner. The exacta 3/8, 38.20. Trifecta 86.35. The Super 3847, $532.80. Consolation double 4-1, $30.10. The winners 4-3. First two today paying $295.40. In the swinger 3/8, 365. 3-4, 625, and 4-8, $4.10. And there's the 4th place photo. Gates fly back, they're off, and a bit slow into stride was Silent Party. Moonflasher began sharply, grabbing the lead. Magic Rush from It's Me Mario. Near the inside, Absolute Chairman in 4th. A length and a half away came Watico, and Dixie's Flatters on the inside. And back second last, Cheap Speed. About 4 or 5 lengths away last is Silent Party. Magic Rush at the helm shows the way by almost a length to Moonflasher. 1 away third, It's Me Mario. Absolute Chairman on the inside. Bustled up now with Tico joining the main pack well. And goes around them 3 wide. 3 or 4 lengths away came Dixie's Flatter on the inside. And next is Cheap Speed. A long last is Silent Party. They run into the turn and sharing the lead. And on the outside, Moonflasher now getting the upper hand narrowly over Magic Rush the rail. About a length and a half away, It's Me Mario. Absolute Chairman the inside, and 3 wide with Tico. And starting to wind up from the back is Cheap Speed. And over on the inside, Dixie's Flatter. Narrowly, Moonflasher as they corner. It's Me Mario going up, looking for room. Absolute Chairman with Tico the outside, and sticking on the rails as they come down the stretch is Magic Rush, and behind them, still behind, Cheap Speed's a chance, but Watico's got the lead eventually, taking over from It's Me Mario and battling away Absolute Chairman. Drifting, Watico in front. Absolute Chairman will come around it. Absolute Chairman coming at Watico, and as they hit the wire, Absolute Chairman got up to win from Watico. Back in third, It's Me Mario, and behind them, it's Cheap Speed and the fast finishing Dixie's Flatter, 1:18.45. finish order. No changes, race 3, and this will be the start of the jackpot Power Pick 6, a carryover $58,236.93. Post time for the third in 17 minutes.
Well, after an adventurous second race on the program with a mild upset winner, Absolute Chairman, we will move over to race number 3 on today's program. 15 minutes to go before the third race, going 3/4 of a mile on the all-weather. You just had maidens for $75. Now we're going to give you maidens for $15,000 to kick off the jackpot Power Pick 6, where the carryover is more than $58,000. Wow, the public is all over the clocker horse in this race, and that is the 5, Victoria Elizabeth. More on that one momentarily, as we start first with the 1, Jeff, and this is Soul Journey by Ragana. Certainly has a number of horses here on the backstretch. Just the 1 win so far, but this one's making the 3rd start in the form cycle.
Yeah, Wide Journey certainly didn't help out the situation last time out, where the inside was a little bit preferred. So they had blinkers for that most recent race, kind of hoping to maybe get the horse a little bit more engaged, a little bit more focused. Didn't quite happen. You know, I'd like to see improvements from 2 to 3, and there's been some, but just not enough to get me excited for this potential race here today. So I'm going to wait until she gets into a bit of an easier spot myself. But in her defense, this race has not come up all that tough either. I just prefer others.
The 2 is flip-flopping fast. Not so fast, you might say, after you take a look at the form cycle on this one.
Just nothing going right now. Just really stalled right now at this point. Even in that first race, the horse took a little bit of money on that day, but only got like a 25 buyer in the process. So the stretch out in distance, kind of a moot point as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Barrington Sadu was in the winner's circle back in the second race with Absolute Chairman and Leo Salas, and he is back aboard with the 3-horse Olivia's Melody. This is a second-time starter.
I actually thought that first start was pretty good, as a matter of fact. When finishing 4th, ACL got the better of that one, though, finishing in the 3rd place position. Then last time out, just got into a bit of a tougher spot, and the winner just kept on going on the front end. You know, sometimes we find with the fillies especially, they'll fool you once, they'll run one big one, and then that's it. So that's a little bit of a cause for concern when handicapping a horse like this. But, you know, she did run very well in that first career start, and we'll see if she can get back on track here today.
Looks like she's a bit of a tiny filly, too.
Yep.
The 4-horse Silent Princess on the drop here for Bob Tiller. Hold on to this one out there on the track, because fortunately we had a Tiller horse get scratched in the opener, got loose, and then played Catch Me If You Can with the Outriders. Now we have Silent Princess here on the drop.
I find some of these Goldmart horses, they're being really aggressive with. They are dropping down like significant levels here, and that's exactly what they're doing right now with Silent Princess. Now, the horse was scratched in for $7,500 back on May the 23rd, so if you're thinking, oh, this is the first time they've dropped, well, they tried it once, and unfortunately they had to scratch, and now resurfaces here in this spot. As you said, you just hope for a bit of a smoother situation here today, as opposed to what happened back in the second race of the day. You do get an equipment change here today. You get a different rider aboard. You're in for an all-time low price. But again, a horse that's not really growing all that much by any means. Just a bit of a smaller, more petite-looking individual.
You know, This 5-horse is a bit of a conundrum because 9 to 5 is the price. The horse is a clocker horse. Now, if the horse wasn't a clocker horse, would we be getting this kind of support? Because here's one that debuted later in life, right? Didn't come to the races until she was a 3-year-old. Unfortunately, nothing happened that day, and then took some time, didn't come back to the races until she was 4. Nothing really happened in the 4-year-old year. She hasn't raced in over a year, Jeff. She resurfaces for $15,000 with only 3 works. Now, we know one of them is one that caught the clocker's eye, but this horse has taken a heck of a lot of support, and there's not much to get excited about form-wise.
And here's another thing to kind of toss in the mix of things, too. This barn does have horses that go south with them.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the case here. I mean, there's only 3 published works, 1, 2, 1, 3, and 1, 4 furlong work. That's all you got.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to think that maybe things could get a little bit dicier the last furlong potentially in this spot. Now, obviously, the horse has shown a little bit of speed, comes out of a very difficult race last season. The board's talking loud and clear right now. This is a live horse here today. The clocker horse report is all over this horse today too. I can't play this one at 9 to 5. I can't either. Just if this one beats me,
That's fine with me, but I can't play the horse. Off a year left, like what happened in the last start that we didn't see this horse come back again? I mean, she's a pretty gray, but I don't know. Let's go to the 6 horse. 2 to 1, the price on this Keith Edward horse, and this is where you and I land.
I just love the way the horse ran first time. Now, that's a tough field. That Clarier the Best came back and just missed after that debut performance this season. The second place finisher came back to win. I think last time out maybe a bit of a regression, but I think more than anything was just a little bit too tough. Now we get a beautiful outside draw here today. Jason Hoyt had a nice win on yesterday's program with Northern Ruby. And I do think this will be the distinct favorite come post time here today.
This is your best bet, correct?
It is just that, my friend. I was unaware of the clocker information on the 5, but I'm still happy with my pick.
I'm still with you on this one, and 5 to 2 is a pretty good price. I'll take it.
Yep.
Okay, horse is headed out to the track for race number 3. Third race on the program is where we kick off the jackpot pick 6. That power pick 6 carryover more than $58,000. Good luck.
It is the call to post race 3. It is the start of the jackpot power pick 6 carryover $58,236.93. No changes as they head out for 6 furlongs. A maiden claiming race. Fillies and mares 3 and up on the way to the post parade. In the post parade, number 1, Soul Journey for Centennial Farms, Niagara Incorporated, and John Lennox is trained by Ravindra Raghunath. The rider is Daisuke Fukumoto. Number 2 is Flip Flop and Fast for Box Arrow Farm, Gordon Colborne and Lenny Sisharan. 3, Olivia's Melody, is owned by Radcliffe Racing Stable and trained by Barrington Sadu, the rider Leo Salas. 4, Silent Princess for Goldmart Farms, Robert Tiller and Sofia Vives. Victoria Elizabeth, the 5, Robert Hardy owner, Julie Bellamere trainer, rider Josh Scott. And Keith Edwards, owner trainer of number 6, Asiel, with rider Jason Hoyt, and the field headed to the 6 furlong start in 5 minutes, race 3. We're 2 minutes from a start. Two minutes. On the way to the starting gate, a check of the betting. AZL is at even money. Number 6, the favourite here at a short price. And then out to number 5 at 7-2, Victoria Elizabeth. The 4, Silent Princess, 9-2.
Hey, Rich,
Pardon me?
Richie, you're going in second.
No, of course not.
As they come forward for a start, it is going to see Silent Princess with the leading strap, just a little stirred up behind the gate. Flip-flopping fast. Then he sees Sharon getting into the irons in the saddle now in the gate as they move up. Soul Journey will follow as Silent Princess is also in with Flip-flopping fast, and now Olivia's Melody on the move for Leo Salas, but the inside runner, Soul Journey, backing away. Daisuke Fukumoto on board. Soul Journey goes forward. Olivia's Melody waiting with Aziel and Victoria Elizabeth. So down to 4 to 5, Aziel, and good support for Silent Princess and Victoria Elizabeth and Olivia's Melody outside of the favourite. Just a reminder, those races that were slated for the inner turf have been moved to the main track at the same distances. Olivia's Melody steps up to gate number 3. And now it is the turn of the grey, Victoria Elizabeth, who got a little bit rank for a moment there behind the start. Is the ride for Josh Scott. Victoria Elizabeth toing and froing slightly. And the last will be Aziel to the outside after that. Wind picking up just a little bit on what is mixed day weather-wise. They're almost right. Aziel in, they're all in. Locked. And as they break back to last, flip-flopping fast and going out in front the grey, Victoria Elizabeth with Silent Princess whisking through on the inside to go to the lead. In third is Aziel on the outside, takes the drop. And from the back, flip-flopping fast is mustering some momentum on the rails, Soul Journey. And in the centre is Olivia's Melody as they start to sprint down the back stretch they go with Silent Princess in front. Pressure coming from Victoria Elizabeth and wide, flip-flopping fast. Aziel is still under a tight rein, and back on the inside, Soul Journey and Olivia's Melody. They run tight as they go off the turn. Silent Princess pressed for the lead by Victoria Elizabeth. A length away, flip-flopping fast. Asked to sprint with them, and Aziel, taking a stride or two to get going, is still about a length and a half behind the leader, but running now. And a gap, Olivia's Melody, and at the back is Soul Journey. They corner, and to the outside goes Aziel, chasing Victoria Elizabeth, who turns in front. On the inside, Silent Princess and flip-flopping fast, who began last, is a chance. The leader is still Victoria Elizabeth, and is about 2 in front of flip-flopping fast, and Aziel is going further ahead. And it's Josh Scott and Victoria Elizabeth clear. Olivia's Melody charging home late, but a big win, Victoria Elizabeth by about 3 lengths. Flip-flopping fast narrowly second from Aziel, and on the outside, Olivia's Melody. Then Silent Princess and Soul Journey was last. 1:11:43. Here are the times on race 3, first quarter in 23, a half 45 and 2, and 58 flat for the 5/8. Final time 1:11:43. The winner is 5, Victoria Elizabeth over 2, flip-flopping fast, 6 Aziel and 3 Olivia's Melody. 5-2-6-3. A very nice win today by Victoria Elizabeth in what is a return to the track after just 3 lifetime starts and almost, well, just over a year. And it is success for the Grey Roan 5-year-old mare. This lightly raced 5-year-old in a 4th start. A winner today comfortably as well is by Big Screen from Diamond's Attorney. Was bred by the winning owner, Robert Hardy. Julie Bellimer, winning trainer, and Josh Scott takes Victoria Elizabeth to the winner's circle.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. No, sideways. Yeah, I need to see the horse. Okay, right there. Okay, much better. Okay, hold it right there, guys. Last one. Thanks, Josh. I want one, okay.
Official on race 3. The winner, 5, Victoria Elizabeth, paid $9.70 for the win. Huge return for number 2, Flip Flop and Fast to place, $21.10, and to show $6.50. So that exacta, 5-2, and a short field paid really well, $205.50. The dollar trifecta, number 6, third, $238.10, and fourth in the super, number 3, $686.45. The rolling double, 3 into 5, $56.70, and the pick 3, 435, $1,021.40. In the swinger, 2-5, $8.45, 2-6, $7.55, 5-6, $4.20. And as they break back to last, Flip Flop and Fast, and going out in front the grey, Victoria Elizabeth with Silent Princess whisking through on the inside to go to the lead. In third is Aziel on the outside, takes the drop. And from the back, Flip Flop and Fast is mustering some momentum on the rails, Soul Journey. And in the centre is Olivia's Melody as they start to sprint down the back stretch. They go with Silent Princess in front. Pressure coming from Victoria Elizabeth, and wide Flip Flop and Fast. Aziel is still under a tight rein, and back on the inside, Soul Journey and Olivia's Melody. They run tight as they go off the turn. Silent Princess pressed for the lead by Victoria Elizabeth. A length away, Flip Flop and Fast. Asked to sprint with them, and Aziel, taking a stride or two to get going, is still about a length and a half behind the leader, but running now. And a gap, Olivia's Melody, and at the back is Soul Journey. They corner, and to the outside goes Aziel, chasing Victoria Elizabeth, who turns in front. On the inside, Silent Princess and Flip Flop and Fast, who began last, is a chance. The leader is still Victoria Elizabeth, and is about 2 in front of Flip Flop and Fast, and Aziel, and is going further ahead. And it's Josh Scott and Victoria Elizabeth clear. Olivia's Melody charging home late, but a big win, Victoria Elizabeth by about 3 lengths. Flip Flop and Fast narrowly second from Aziel, and on the outside, Olivia's Melody. Then Silent Princess and Soul Journey was last. 1:11:43. The finish order from the third race. We have 2 scratches from the fourth race, which has been switched from the inner turf. Is now off of that and is the same distance, 1 mile and 16 on the main track. Take out the 1, 4K Force, a steward scratch, along with 8 Vincenzino, a steward scratch. Post time in 21 minutes.
New at the LCBO. Delicate and refreshing, Keep Calm is a collection of festive wines that are perfect to share. Keep Calm, sharing good times.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
17 minutes to go before race number 4 on the program, where we kick off the pick 4 for the afternoon. How about that clocker, Ernie Perry, boy?
Saved a table for us here because you and I did not have that horse, but Ernie said keep an eye on this one coming off the long layoff, and had a very patient ride from Josh too. He could have gotten involved in a speed duel there with Sophia, but he took back a little bit and was able to get the victory and flowed up a little bit as well, going off at 7-2.
Exactly, $9.70 the return, and so far Ernie's ROI is pretty good.
Yes,
I would say.
As of the last couple of weeks, he's done very, very well. But you and I, let's play a pick 4 tickets.
Okay, you know what, buddy? This is going to make the afternoon for us, because I think we might be able to snuff out a pick 4 for you here today. So it kicks off here in the 4th race, and we were very happy when we found out that the races were coming off of the turf as well, because we have a horse that we really like a little bit later on.
And our top pick in here was 4K4, so we only really liked on the inside course.
Exactly. So she's going to put the blinkers on, and we're gonna sniff this one out.
So who's your top pick here?
So here I have to go to the 4 horse, and that's Robitaille. And I was going to use the 1. So 4 for me. Which one do you like?
I like Noah's Little Boy as my top pick. So let's use 2, 4.
2 and 4 in the first leg of
I
the
respect
pick 4.
Anselmo, but I'm a little leery that he might not be fully cranked coming off the bench in here. Boy, this is like Wheel of Fortune. Did you know it's Pat Sajak's last show tonight?
Is it really?
Yes. Vanna White has signed on for 2 more years.
Well,
it's
good
going to
for
be Ryan
her.
Seacrest now.
I heard that guy gets all the gigs. Okay. 5th race, second leg. Okay, so now we got 75.
We're leaving off Mannix. We're taking a stance against Mannix.
We
correct?
could be wrong because a lot of people are talking about him, but we are staying off of him here today. So for me, I like the 5 in this race, Commander Joe. You like the
3, Dragon's Brew.
Okay.
And did we use anybody else in there?
We should add, we were thinking about adding this other Emson horse, the speed horse, right?
Swath. Okay.
Okay. So we're going to use the 3, 5, and the 8. We'll go 3 deep
I'm happy
here.
with that.
But we're leaving off Mannix. We could be right, we could be wrong.
Look at this. This is
look
like
at
live
this.
handicap.
It's almost like they knew we were going to do this.
No.
No.
We
Okay.
just have a good crew.
Now, we would have keyed the 2 if we were really hot coming in with our picks today.
But we're not.
No.
So that's what back ourselves up with Alicia's Kid.
That's right. So we're going to go 1-2
1-2
in the 6th race, and then in the 7th, wide open 75. I like the 5 in this race, Jamista, enough to make that horse my best bet, so I want that one.
I like Lenny K.
Okay, you like Lenny K. And then I think we were thinking about maybe adding this
Maximus
Munger
Momentus.
horse. Yeah, because it might be his type of ride, right?
So 3, 4,
3, 4, 5.
So that's a 720 ticket.
I'll split it with you, buddy.
Alrighty, you're in for 360.
All right, I'm in. You heard it here, so it's all on tape.
It's on tape. There's our ticket.
And you know, I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Yesterday, we put together a pick 5 just for fun between, nobody knew. It was just the 2 of us for fun, and it came in. So hopefully the good luck will continue here into race number 4. So 4th race on the program.
Can we get a big stamp if we win? That's just like winner.
We can have, maybe they can make some fancy graphics for that.
Sound effects?
Yeah, tomorrow we can come in wearing, with a trophy and wearing red ribbons. Okay, race number 4 on the card goes for $15,000 claimers, nominators of 3 life. Originally scheduled to go a mile and 16th on the inner. Now we'll go on the main track. Take the 4 horse out, that's 4K4. So I think that's a significant scratch of this race. The 8 horse was out early as a steward scratch. And the 2 is a favorite right now, Jeff, and that's No-No's Little Boy. I don't think you would have called your granny a No-No, right?
No.
But some people do.
No. It was Grandpa for me. Grandpa.
No. Is No-No grandma or grandpa?
Oh, I was grandma and grandpa for me.
Yeah.
But my dad goes by Papa with the grandkids.
So there's probably a few No-Nos here on the track today. But No-No's Little Boy, first start of the season for this one.
Well, that's how Bo got his name. I think that's named after the grandfather.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I had a bumps. Yeah.
Yeah, here's a look at Nona's Little Boy. The problem with this guy is he just doesn't win very often. That's the huge problem with him. Now, he was a private purchase during the winter time. He gets in for a real nice low price in here, and I think the surface change helps him out immensely in here. I think he's way better on the synthetic myself, so I do like that. It is tough to go around 2 turns to start off a campaign, but you'll see there's 5 furlong work after 5 furlong work after 5 furlong work. And the barn's doing okay, We're hoping, listen, we're putting a lot of our pick 4 stock in Willie Theranos' hands here today, so let's put this one on our ticket right now at 2-1.
Just Start Me Up is the 3, saddled outside, currently at 3-1. Now, I guess what we got to do is figure that the last race was a tune-up for this race to go long.
He is by no means a 5.5 furlong horse. He's a stunning animal here. Wait until he turns here, and you will see him. He is a striking horse. He's the Black Stallion. And he, from time to time, will just go to the front and he'll forget to stop. He's taking a lot of support right now with that 3-1 quotation. Looks fantastic here pre-race. So I really like what I'm seeing here pre-race. But I mean, if I say that Nono's Little Boy doesn't win very often, well, guess what? This horse doesn't win very often either.
Okay, the 4 is Robitaille. Now, this horse currently at 7-2 right now. Here's the question I have with him. It took him a long time, Jeff, to get out of that non-winners of 2, and now he's got to face non-winners of 3 for the first time. And the horse that he beat, Basketball Jones, came back to race second on last Sunday's program.
And the way the track was playing on that day, he rode kind of both biases, inside coming from off the pace, and he rode that to that victory. Having said all that, I think he's better going around 2 turns. So maybe he's just a bit of an improved runner this season. Don't forget, at one time, he was a $560,000 purchase.
Louise.
So he was a very expensive, highly thought of horse at one time. So maybe he's like a fine wine, like us, just getting a little bit better with age.
How about this 5? Are you surprised to see this horse at 4-1 right now?
No, because he is capable of doing some pretty good thing in this category. And Cleveland Gordon, he puts him in the right spots. The question I have is he fully cranked off the bench here? Because you look at his first starts off the benches from time to time, he tends to take a couple of races to get going.
The 6 is Alberta Be Mine. This is a new horse to the Darren Glennon barn, making the first start of the season. As we skip over to the 7, and that's Super Headline, another horse who's been beaten double digits on multiple efforts. And of course, the 8 is a scratch.
And I think Sophia's going. I mean, you're going from a 5-furlong race all the way out to a mile and 16th. I think you're right on the old engine here today and trying to make every call a winning one. Let's hope for our sake that we get a little bit of pace to chase in here, because both our horses are probably going to come from a bit more of a stalking type of position with Nona's Little Boy and also Robitaille.
Okay, horses getting ready to go to the track for race number 4, where we kick off the pick 4. Good luck with your selections.
It is the call to post as we come to the 4th race. This race switched from the inner turf, is now on the main track, and it will be run at the same distance, which is a mile and 16. Scratch the 1, 4K Force, and the 8 Vincenzino. They're both Stewart scratches, and they are 3 and up as they head out for the post parade. Race 4, 8 minutes away. Post Parade, race 4, number 1 is out, led by 2, Nono's Little Boy for Natural Aid Stable, William Theranos and Daisuke Fukumoto. Stunt Stable with number 3, Just Start Me Up, and trained by David Cody and the rider Luis Contreras. 4 is Robotai in the ownership of York Tech Racing Stable and Mario Giorgio, Santina De Paula trainer, the rider Justin Stein. 5 is Anselmo in the colours for Vanette Bailey and Cleveland Gordon, and Jason Hoyt has the ride. 6 Alberta Be Mine for the barn of Darren Glennon. The owner is Bill Bristow and the rider Fraser Abley. 7 Super Headline, Anthony Pottinger trainer and part owner with HJT Racing Stable. Riders Sofia Vives, and number 8 is out. Post time in 6 minutes, race 4. Two minutes to a start, 2 minutes. Moving forward for a start, and this is going to see Nono's Little Boy as the favourite at the moment at 8-5. A Daisuke Fukumoto, the inside gate. Next along, Just Start Me Up. For Luis Contreras, gate 3. And last start winner, Robitaille. Coming forward is Anselmo. Alberta Be Mine. And the last is Super Headline to the outside gate for Sofia Vives. 1 mile and 16 on the main track. And they're set to run. Off they race. And a good start, Super Headline shooting for the lead. Just Start Me Up is on the inside, and bursting through is Alberta Be Mine, assuring some pace in the race, and they've gone clear, that trio, from Robitaille. And second last early is Anselmo. And as they turn out the stretch, Nono's Little Boy is the trailer. And out in front, Just Start Me Up has gone through to be the leader by a half a length. In second placing, Alberta Be Mine, and they go away by a couple of lengths. Racing up on the inside, Robitaille in a nice spot in third, and a neck away fourth, Super Headline. A couple away, Anselmo's second last, and the trailer remains Nono's Little Boy. About 5 lengths covers the field as they race along towards the 5/8, and showing up in front, Just Start Me Up. Out in the lead by 3/4, Alberta Be Mine, Robitaille, and moving up is Anselmo, switching gears, is coming forward on the outside. Cruise Control up to second. Back to second last, Super Headline, and Nono's Little Boy off the inside, starting to enjoy a run as well. The leader, Just Start Me Up, by a length and a half. Anselmo's gone up to be second. In the centre, Alberta Be Mine, Robitaille the inside. 2.5, Nono's Little Boy still second last. And last, Super Headline. They speed off to the 3/8, and Just Start Me Up in front. Leads a length and a half, and coming forward again, Anselmo. Alberta Be Mine third from Robitaille, and trying to run home is Nono's Little Boy, is making ground on the outside, is about 4.5 off the leader. Just Start Me Up being tagged by Anselmo, ridden along. A break in the field to Nono's Little Boy, continues to gain on them. Anselmo the threat, and battling away is Alberta Be Mine in third. It's Just Start Me Up, and right down the outside, Anselmo, and coming in the centre, Nono's Little Boy and Alberta Be Mine the rail. Anselmo's run clear. Nono's Little Boy picking away on the inside. Anselmo in front, but Nono's Little Boy a challenger up the inside, and Nono's Little Boy coming. Nono's Little Boy got up to win from Anselmo. Back in third, Just Start Me Up, followed by a weakening Alberta Be Mine. Then Robitaille and Super Headline, 146.25. First quarter in 24, a half a mile, up in 48.4, and 3/4 is 1:13. The mile 1:39.1, the time 1:46.25. The winner is 2, Nono's Little Boy, over 5, Anselmo, 3, Just Start Me Up, and 6, Alberta Be Mine, to 5:36 unofficial. Nono's Little Boy records a third lifetime success here today. The chestnut, a 6-year-old gelding, is by Giant Gizmo from Lemonchella Kid. Terra Farms Limited bred the winner in Ontario, trained by William Theranos for Natural 8 Stable, and ridden to victory by Daisuke Fukumoto. Nono's Little Boy the winner.
That's great right there. That's great. Thanks, gentlemen. Okay, JB. Congratulations, everybody. Way to go.
A return with the result official of 390 for number 2, Nono's Little Boy. That exact at 2.5, $12 even. The trifecta $20.10. The super 2.5, 3.6, $70.10. In the double 5-2, paid $23.10. In the pick 3, first leg 3 into 5 into 1, 2 or 8, $70.10. And in the swinger, the biggest return will be on 3.5 for $3.35. 2.3, $2.25 and 2.5, $1.70. And they're set to run. Off their race. And a good start. Super Headline shooting for the lead. Just Start Me Up is on the inside, and bursting through is Alberta Be Mine, assuring some pace in the race, and they've gone clear, that trio, from Robitaille. And second last early is Anselmo. And as they turn out the stretch, Nono's Little Boy is the trailer. And out in front, Just Start Me Up has gone through to be the leader by a half a length. In second placing, Alberta Be Mine, and they go away by a couple of lengths. Racing up on the inside, Robitaille, a nice spot in third, and a neck away fourth, Super Headline. A couple away, Anselmo's second last, and the trailer remains Nono's Little Boy. About 5 lengths covers the field as they race along towards the 5/8, and showing up in front, Just Start Me Up. Out in the lead by 3/4, Alberta Be Mine, Robitaille, and moving up is Anselmo, switching gears, is coming forward on the outside, Cruise Control up to second, back to second last, Super Headline, and Nono's Little Boy off the inside, starting to enjoy a run as well. The leader, Just Start Me Up by a length and a half. Anselmo's gone up to be second. In the centre, Alberta Be Mine, Robitaille the inside, 2.5, Nono's Little Boy still second last, and last Super Headline. They speed off to the 3/8, and Just Start Me Up in front. Leads a length and a half, and coming forward again, Anselmo. Alberta Be Mine third from Robitaille, and trying to run home is Nono's Little Boy, is making ground on the outside, is about 4.5 off the leader. Just Start Me Up being tagged by Anselmo, ridden along. A break in the field to Nono's Little Boy, continues to gain on them. Anselmo the threat, and battling away is Alberta Be Mine in third. It's Just Start Me Up, and right down the outside, Anselmo, and coming in the centre, Nono's Little Boy and Alberta Be Mine the rail. Anselmo's run clear. Nono's Little Boy pegging away on the inside. Anselmo in front, but Nono's Little Boy a challenger up the inside, and Nono's Little Boy coming. Nonnas. Little Boy got up to win from Anselmo. Back in third, Just Start Me Up, followed by a weakening Alberta Be Mine. Then Robitaille Super Headline, 146.25. There is the order of finish. No changes, race 5. Post time will be in 21 minutes.
Give me a hot pink Cosmopolitan and some drama.
Give me a Kettle One soda with a twist.
Give me a party, an espresso martini, and a room full of strangers.
Give me a cocktail with Kettle One vodka.
Well, Bill Theranos' barn continues to have a hot hand here at Woodbine, just giving you a winner back in race number 4 to kick off the pick 4, $3.90, the return on No-No's Little Boy. As we go over to race number 5, the $7,500 claimer. Now, this race is for non-winners of 3 or non-winners of a race in a year. So some of these horses fit the non-winners of a race in a year condition. The 6, the 7, and the 8 fit the non-winners of 3 condition. And the public likes this one-horse Mannix. Jeff, you and I have talked about this off camera for quite some time now. If we were going long, I'd be all over this horse. But it's the distance, 6.5 furlongs here today for this one who's now in the Emson barn.
That's what worries me, is the distance factor here today. Now, conditioning-wise, we definitely have a good foundation into us. There's no question about that. The horses worked quickly since that last start back on May the 31st, worked in 46-3. That's really, really fast. That was a bullet move of 43 horses that worked out on that day. Do we maybe get speed? Do we get, a different type of style being employed here today? On paper, I think this is a route horse myself, but some pretty sharp handicappers like Ron and Doug has made this horse's best bet of the day. They really like this horse today. So maybe we're just missing the boat. And the horse is favoring the double will pace as well.
Yeah, taking a lot of money. Let's go to the 2-horse next, Sunspear for Ian Black. This horse making the second start of the season. First start was going 5.5. Now we're going to stretch out the extra furlong today.
Not a bad comeback race. I thought the horse ran okay. It is interesting to point out that last season he started off for 25. Now all of a sudden he's in for bottoms in here. So he is an 8-year-old that just won 3 races too. Right. So that's a real tough pill to swallow when you're doing some handicapping in here. Now, since that last start, he too has come back to work very quickly since that last race. I thought it was an encouraging start, but I prefer others in the spot.
7-2 on the 3 Dragons Brew. Now, they collared this horse for $10,000 at the end of the season, took him down to Gulfstream, and not much happened in that Gulfstream race. Now they drop him back in for 75.
He's going to be my top pick in this spot. Don't look for him early. He's got a wicked turn of foot. We just saw a horse come from last in our most recent race to pull off the victory. I'm just drawing a line through the Gulfstream race. I just don't think it was a good time of it. And that hope in him, that's a pretty good horse that won that race back on the 24th of March. And I think the barn's being super aggressive and trying to get away with one in here. I think they're trying to steal a race for that $7,500 price tag. Don't forget, they took the horse for 10 and now all of a sudden for $7,500. Has now been here at Woodbine for a series of works. I like that. Yes, he is very hit or miss in his career, but with one of his better off-the-pace rallies, he can really motor home.
Now, this 4-horse, he got me last start out. I made him my best bet back on May the 12th, and he ended up finishing 5th that day. It was the workouts that really made me think that he was going to be a good horse that afternoon. Now, since that race where he was a 5th-place finisher, he has come back to work again, and he worked on May the 30th with a bullet move in 36-1, and he looks better here today.
Yeah.
Last start, when I saw him, I thought he looked a little dull. His coat looked a little dull. Now he looks a lot better here, and he could be a player in this race.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't really know if he's like a 5.5 furlong horse, 5 furlong horse, if he's a 6.5 furlong horse, but I do know this. He's better than what he showed us in that most recent race. So I do think he's a real bounce back prospect in here.
I like Commander Joe at 6-1 on the drop.
Busy horse. This will be now the 4th star of the campaign and has just thrived on the workload. Has really done well and lost to Echo with Laughter last time. That's that Tiller horse that's really in the zone right now and was able to wire the field. And the horse chased that one the entire way, but because that horse was chasing the speed horse, gave up a position late doing so. But take nothing away from Commander Joe's performance last time out. That was very good.
Lucy's Child is the 6, 21-1 the price. Now this is a horse that's eligible for the non-winners of 3. As we move over to the 7, Baytown Elvis, another Phil Gracie horse. So Phil's busy here. He's got 2 horses to send out in this race, both at double-digit odds right now. The 6 at 21-1 and the 7 at 15-1. And then you have the 8-horse Swath. Now this is the other Emson horse in the race. Could be fast out of the gate, eligible for the non-winners of 3 condition, and another horse who was winter raced down at Gulfstream Park.
He looks great too.
Yeah,
I
like him.
Really, really good. And you know what too, Elisa? I don't think he is a red horse at all. I think he's an absolute sprinter, and he gets to go back sprinting here today. So we have the one that we think is a red horse, and this horse we think is a sprinter. So I much prefer the 8s right now. Now there has been some movement on the board since we started talking, but Swath, I think's got the capability of doing some good things here with the cutback in distance today.
I'm with you. I much prefer the 8 over the 1 as well. And the 1 is floating up a little bit at 5-1. As we get set for race number 5, horses headed out onto the track, 6.5 furlongs of distance on the all-weather. Good luck.
As the call to post race 5, there are no changes. This will be 6 1/2 furlongs, a conditional claiming race for 3-year-olds and up who are headed to the post parade now. 9 minutes away, race 5. In the post parade, number 1 is Mannix, who's trained by Jim Ensom. For Randy Exelby, the rider Sahin Savachi. 2, Sun Spear, trained by Ian Black. For Kathy Byers and Brian Patterson, with rider Ryan Munger. Number 3, Dragon's Brew, trained by Marty Drexler. For Michael Bellissimo, jockey Rafael Hernandez. Ladonna Hudson, owner of 4, Chancel, trainer Beverly Chubb, and the rider Juan Crawford. Number 5, Commander Joe, in the barn of John Ross, owned by JC Stable, with Keve Nichols. 6, Lucy's Child. David Moran is up for Phil Gracie, and the ownership is WP Gracie Racing Stables Limited. Number 7, Baytown Elvis, for Gerald A. Gooden, Phil Gracie, and Sophia Vives. And number 8, Swath, trained by Jim Ensign, for Bruno Chicadans, with jockey Esjuan Flores. Post time, race 5, 7 minutes away. 2 minutes. On the way to the starting gate, race 5, where support is showing the most on number 1, Mannix, along with 3 Dragons Brute, 5 to 2 apiece, and 3 to 1 for number 5, Commander Joe. So any of that trio could jump as favourite, and number 8, Swath at 9 to 2 as they are about to load. Going behind the gate, 6 1/2 furlongs. We have stablemates to bookend the start here with Mannix and Swath. And Phil Gracie sending out 2 runners in gate 6 and 7. Lucy's Child on his toes, and Baytown Elvis will come alongside later. Moving in, Mannix to gate 1 for Sahin Savachi. Sun Spear is about to come forward. Some breaks, cloud, rain, a bit of everything today as they move up. Dragon's Brew to gate 3 for the Barnet Marty Drexler. Dragon's Brew coming in. Chancel has gate 4. Commander Joe is the ride for Kevin Nichols, gate 5. Lucy's Child moving up. Sophia Vives on Baytown. Elvis goes alongside, the last to link up. Swath. And going in for Eswan Flores to complete the line. They're ready to run. Off their race, starter got them out well and just in front. Baytown Elvis now pushing away from them and coming with a flurry, a number of them on the inside. Sun Spear is driving with Chancel into the lead. Chancel the centre, a length away in 4th, settling off their flank, Commander Joe. And on the outside, Swath from Lucy's Child, Mannix, and last in the centre early on, Dragon's Brew. Chancel has gone to the lead by a length to Sun Spear. Commander Joe moving up on the inside of Baytown Elvis, trapped a bit wide. On the inside, Mannix keen to go forward, needs some room, and Dragon's Brew, Lucy's Child, and Swath to send around the outside. They're really jam-packed, and Chancel leads the way. Into the turn, heading to the 3/8. Chancel from Commander Joe and Baytown Elvis going up to 2nd and 3rd. Back to 4th, Sun Spear, Swath on the outside. Lucy's Child around the outside of back in the centre, Dragon's Brew, and Mannix will have to come from last to scale the rail, and is doing that. And as they turn, it's Baytown Elvis back in front. Baytown Elvis taken on by Swath deep on the track in the centre, Commander Joe. Sun Spear behind Chancel, and now Mannix. Here comes Mannix, 5, 6 deep, maybe 7 deep, right down the outside. And Sahin Savachi and Mannix go up to hit the front from Swath. It's really class prevailing here, and Mannix is going to run away with a big win. Much the best. Mannix scores by about 4 lengths. A photo between a weakening Swath and on the outside, Lucy's Child for the 2nd and 3rd, and then came Baytown Elvis and Chancel, 1:16.63. And the opening quarter was 22 and 4 1/2, 45 and 2. 3 quarters, 1:10 and 1. The time 1:16.63. The winner number 1, Mannix. Second is 6 Lucy's Child and 8 Swath third. 7 fourth, Baytown Elvis. Numbers 1, 6, 8, 7. Mannix coming out with a very impressive win in the end, and success here for the barn of Jim Ensom, who trained the first and third place finisher. The Chestnut 5-year-old gelding with a third lifetime win today is by the Epsom Derby winner, Australia, who won that race back in 2014. Many Hearts, Distorted Humour bloodline for the dam, and T-Stack Brett, the winner in Ireland. It is Randy Exelby teaming up with Jim Ensom and Sahin Savachi, who is the winning rider with Mannix. And there is that win photo for Mannix. It is official, a return for the win, $5.40. And 6 Lucy's Child, who really was beautifully turned out, paying extremely well to place, $22.80 and $7.80 to show. And that exacta 1/6, $227.70. The trifecta $662.35. Super 1 687 $5,192.60. 2-1 double $13.80. And the pick 3, the first leg, the 5, $35.05. In the swinger, 6-8, $25.20. 1/6, $17.15. 1/8, $4.05. We're down to $288 of live money in the jackpot power pick 6 and 401 in the pick 5. off their race starter, got them out well, and just in front, Baytown Elvis now pushing away from them and coming with a flurry, a number of them on the inside. Sun Spear is driving with Chancel into the lead. Chancel the centre, a length away in fourth, settling off their flank, Commander Joe. And on the outside, Swath from Lucy's Child, Mannix, and last in the centre early on, Dragon's Brew. Chancel has gone to the lead by a length to Sun Spear. Commander Joe moving up on the inside of Baytown Elvis, trapped a bit wide. On the inside, Mannix keen to go forward, needs some room, and Dragon's Brew, Lucy's Child, and Swath descend around the outside. They're really jam-packed, and Chancel leads the way. Into the turn, heading to the 3/8. Chancel from Commander Joe and Baytown Elvis going up to second and third. Back to fourth, Sun Spear, Swath on the outside. Lucy's Child around the outside of back in the centre, Dragon's Brew, and Mannix will have to come from last to scale the rail, and is doing that. And as they turn, it's Baytown Elvis back in front. Baytown Elvis taken on by Swath deep on the track in the centre, Commander Joe. Sun Spear behind Chancel, and now Mannix. Here comes Mannix, 5, 6 deep, maybe 7 deep, right down the outside. And Zahin Savachi and Mannix go up to hit the front from Swath. It's really class prevailing here, and Mannix is going to run away with a big win. Much the best. Mannix scores by about 4 lengths. A photo between a weakening Swath, and on the outside, Lucy's Child for the second and third. And then came Baytown Elvis and Chancel, 1:16.63. Finish order on screen. And Mannix has been claimed, goes from the barn of Jim Ensign to that of Scott Fairley for Ace Racing Stable, number 1, Mannix. Race 6 is off the turf, but it'll be the same distance on the main track, just 5 furlongs in distance, and 3 is out. Bold Reload is a Stewart Scratch. Post time 22 minutes away.
18 minutes to go before race number 6 on the program. 6, 7, 8. It's your last chance to play a pick 3 on this Friday afternoon. We've seen a few trainers in the winner's circle for the first time once again today. Norm McKnight, Julie Bellumer, and just now Jim Ensign with Maddox in the opener, or in the last race in the 5th on the program.
So my good friend Andy Serling, who hopefully will have a great weekend down at Saratoga for the Belmont Stakes. That feels really weird to say that, by the way. He often says that sometimes he has to get out the dunce cap.
Yeah.
I think you and I have to put on the dunce cap.
And stand in the corner.
We did not like Mannix,
Nope.
and Mannix won for fun today. So the cutback in distance. The only person not fooled was Scott Fairley.
Yeah, Scotty took him, and I think Scotty's going to have some fun with him too. Okay, so race number 6 on the program, originally scheduled to go on the inner turf course, but now on the all-weather surface, and I feel pretty good about this one here because now that Tomcat Black gets to race on the all-weather as opposed to racing on the turf, we've got form that we can really get behind on this horse because, you know, like you said, the last 2 races have been carbon copies of one another, both with very nice buyer speed figures, a 77 and then an 82 last start out. And I'm a big believer in happy horses win races, and we're going to talk about this one quickly. But first, it's Alicia's Kid. Now, this is a horse from the Steve Flint barn for Camhaven Farms. Justin Stein doing the riding. Can't seem to get past Tomcat Black, but maybe today's the day.
He has run 4 winning races in a row and has lost all 4 of them.
Right.
He's had a victory there and not been able to get it. Now, what happened to him 2 starts ago was he got to the front and Tomcat Black nailed him. Last time out, Tomcat Black got the jump on him and was able to have a bit more of an effective rally on that day to pull off the victory, and then Alicia's Kid finished in 2nd. Fits him beautifully in this race, gets a wonderful inside draw here today. Classy old horse. Listen, has he lost a step? Probably from his heyday, but still he's very effective at this level.
Yeah, and then you have Tomcat Black. Like we said, happy horses will do just about anything, and this horse has had perfect trips in the last couple of races, both resulting in wins, and we're glad that we're not on the turf for him.
And when you see the 2 horses, just look at the weight he's carrying. He is a very happy horse right now. And Amanda Cameron, she has groomed a Triple Crown winner in Wando. She's had some great teachers, as you've said, throughout the years. And now her and her husband are starting to claim some more horses and just had a perfect trip. I was walking in with Ryan Munger earlier today, and he was hoping it would come off the grass.
Yes, well, he got his rain dance.
He got his wish. He did his rain dance, and it came off. So that is great news for the chance of Tomcat Black. Obviously, Bold Reload would have made his tour a little bit easier in here because there would have been a little bit more pace in the race. But if he can get, yet again, the 3rd consecutive carbon copy race that we've seen with this horse, they might not beat him yet again.
Okay, let's skip the 3 because he's a scratch. We'll go to the 4-horse Courageous Copper for Zelko Kretschmer. Again, this is a horse that I had turf with a question mark on, but we don't have to worry about the grass now. And actually, there's some good races. I mean, this is another one that's coming out of efforts against Alicia's Kid and Tomcat Black.
Very fast horse. Very fast. This horse should be right there dueling up front, I would think. And what I like, too, about this one is this is not a horse that's been overused. Only 14 starts, which isn't too bad for a 4-year-old. I agree with you about the turf because we were kind of guessing on that part of the equation in here. And the fact now that Bold Reload has scratched does make his tour a whole lot easier. I think he clears. How long he lasts, that's the $1 million question.
Casanova Kitten is kind of new here to Woodbine. This will be the 3rd start here in Toronto, but had been racing in that wagon wheel down in the United States, you know, where you get Laurel, you get Timonium, you know, all those tracks are kind of close to one another. They often refer to it as the wagon wheel, and he's currently at 4-1.
And look at what he's done since he's come here to Woodbine. He goes 7, then a mile 16th, now he's going 5. So they're kind of been all over the place with this. I wonder if they were really hoping this race was going to be on the turf just to kind of change things up a little bit in here. The barn, you know, they're running well for Steve, but this happened to him a couple of years ago too, where he finished a lot of 2nd and 3rd place positions on the podium. So he's hoping to get a little bit more in the win column in here. I'm going to go elsewhere in this spot, just simply because if you ask me what this guy's best at, I really couldn't answer the question.
I would say Tricky Magician is best on the lawn.
100%.
And again, we get a rider change with this horse today.
And ran just 5 days ago. It's a real quick comeback with this one too. So I think the reason why they tried to squeeze in this race was because it was on the inside turf course. And this is bad news for this horse that it has been washed off. Lost to a speed horse last time out in Cowicatoose. And now, not only that, now you have to double up in price tag as well for this spot.
I've actually bought a few things from the Spite store before. Have you?
You're not a spiteful person, are you?
Just Here and there when I need to. I'm not saying I frequent the store, but I've been to the store a couple of times. 6-1 the price on Spite Store, making the third start in the form cycle.
The drop, I think, will help. This is a horse that one time was pretty quick. If memory serves me correct, I think it might have been Ian Howard that developed this horse a long time ago. And used to be a very, very fast horse. And I think Stevie Bann at one time rode the horse. Anyways, I think he's lost a bit of a step, which you see sometimes when you get a little bit older. So now he's trying to figure out ways that he can still win a race at this point. I will tell you this. His last 2 starts were against way tougher than what he's going to face here today. So he will appreciate the drop down in class.
So the public not sure. We got 2 horses at 5-2 at this point in time. The 4-horse Courageous Copper for Zelko Kretschmar. And then this 2-horse. Because asking a horse to win 3 races in a row is tough. We tried that yesterday.
Cavallo.
I thought the horse raced bang up to finish, second, I believe, in that race, and she just kept on fighting Cavallo. But Tomcat Black, like you said, has been winning with his ears pricked up, looking happy out there, carrying lots of weight for a horse who's already raced twice and is on the Lasix program. I mean, this horse looks fantastic. He must be a bit of a Hoover in the barn as far as the feed bill is concerned.
And he gets a beautiful draw yet again here today. You know, he's going to, because I would think the 1 might be going to be a little bit quicker than the 2 early on, so I envision the 2 maybe getting to the fence yet again here today.
Yeah.
And that could go a long way as we take a look at the Camerons just walking off the screen right now.
Can we get another repeat race from Tomcat Black? We'll find out in 12 minutes. Good luck.
It is the call to post for the upcoming 6th race. We're on the main track, off the inner turf, but the same distance, 5 furlongs. Scratch 3, Bold Reload is a Stewart scratch. And this starter optional claiming race for 3 and up is 9 minutes away. Here is the field. Number 1 is Alicia's Kid for Camhaven Farms, trainer Steve Flint and rider Justin Stein. Number 2, Tomcat Black, is owned by Zach Cameron and trained by Amanda Cameron. The rider is Ryan Munger. 3 is a scratch. Matthew Self, owner of 4, Courageous Copper, trained by Jelko Krishma. The rider Kazushi Kimura. Casanova Kitten is the 5, is trained by Stephen Cherkop, owned by Acclaimed Racing Stable. The rider is Emma Jane Wilson. Number 6, Tricky Magician for Alpine Stable Limited, Vito Armada and Deshaun Bino. And number 7 is Spite Store. Trainer is Richard Morden for CS Dawson Farms. And on board is Fraser Abley. 7 minutes to the start of race 6, again on the main track. 2 minutes. To the starting gate, they're moving up, and this race on the main track at 5 furlongs, switched from the inner, and little between 3 of them in the betting. Alicia's Kid, Tomcat Black, and Courageous Copper. They are familiar foes, even at this early stage of the meet. Tomcat Black, trying to become a 3-time winner at the meet, is going forward. Alicia's Kid is set. Courageous Copper moving up. Casanova Kitten will be next. Tricky Magician. And Tricky Magician going forward now. For Deshaun Bino, the last along is Spite Store to the outside gate. And the field is set to run. Off they run, and tossing the head was Casanova Kid, and Alicia's Kid in front. Courageous Copper coming through in the center. Spite Store on the outside, and right behind them, Tricky Magician settles in fourth. And Tomcat Black is on the inside, second last early, and last, Casanova Kitten. Alicia's Kid in front, being pressed by Courageous Copper. A length and a half to Spite Store in third. On the inside, making ground is Tricky Magician, and a break in the field to Tomcat Black is a fair way from them at this stage today. And Casanova Kitten is last. They come down to the final quarter, and Alicia's Kid under attack. Courageous Copper's a neck away. They're about 2.5 to Spite Store. Tricky Magician, Casanova Kitten, and Tomcat Black picking away Courageous Copper. Alicia's Kid still in front of Courageous Copper. Coming is Spite Store down the center. Spite Store finishing the best as race to the front. And now Tricky Magician making ground, and out wide are Casanova Kitten and Tomcat Black. But Spite Store has raced away with a nice win for Fraser Abley. 2 lengths. Tricky Magician second. Third on the outside, Casanova Kitten, and then Courageous Copper. Tomcat Black was at the back with Alicia's Kid. 57.62. First quarter was 21-4, the half a mile 44-4, and the time 57.62 unofficial. The winner is 7 Spite Store. The winner 7 Spite Store, second is 6 Tricky Magician, third 5 Casanova Kitten, fourth was 4 Courageous Copper. So in reverse racebook order, 7, 6, 5, 4. winner, Speightstore. And that is win number 5 for Speightstore, who is a 6-year-old, a grey roan gelding. And Speight's to the sire, Wicked Speed is the dam, and it is CS Dowson Farms as the winning owner, and Richard Morden, winning trainer, Fraser Abley with the victory here on Speightstore, bred in Kentucky by Hartmut H. Malouche and Celicia Farm. That was in a fast run race. Speightstore back to the winners list here today. The returns are in, and Speightstore number 7 paid $11.40 for the win, $5.50 to place. The runner-up 6 Tricky Magician, $14.30 to place, $6.40 to show. And the exacta 7-6, $114.70. Trifecta $195.30. And the Super 7-6-5-4, $853.30. The double 1, 7, $22.40. And the pick 3, $40.15. The first leg winner, 1, 2, or 8. In the pick 5, 3, 5, and a 1, 2, or 8 with 1, then 7, $1,039.05. In the swinger, 5, 7, $13.50, 5, 6, $11.25, and 6, 7, $7.95. Just $41 remain of live money in the pick 6. Off they run, and tossing the head was Casanova Kid, and Alicia's Kid in front. Courageous Copper coming through in the center. Speightstore on the outside, and right behind them, Tricky Magician settles in 4th. And Tomcat Black is on the inside. Second last early, and last, Casanova Kitten. Alicia's Kid in front, being pressed by Courageous Copper. A length and a half to Speightstore in 3rd. On the inside, making ground is Tricky Magician, and a break in the field to Tomcat Black is a fair way from them at this stage today. And Casanova Kitten is last. They come down to the final quarter, and Alicia's Kid under attack. Courageous Copper's a neck away. They're about 2.5 to Speightstore. Tricky Magician, Casanova Kitten and Tomcat Black picking away. Courageous Copper, Alicia's Kid still in front of Courageous Copper. Coming is Spite Store down the center. Spite Store finishing the best as race to the front, and now Tricky Magician making ground, and out wide are Casanova Kitten and Tomcat Black, but Spite Store has raced away with a nice win for Fraser Abley. 2 lengths. Tricky Magician second. Third on the outside, Casanova Kitten, and then Courageous Copper. Tomcat Black was at the back with Alicia's Kid, 57.62. Well, there's the finish order. It's not every day that you actually see that. They ran 7-6-5-4. The 3 was a scratch, so basically, and then 2-1 in reverse race book order in race 6. There are no changes for the upcoming 7th race. Post time is now 22 minutes away.
18 minutes to go before race number 7, where we kick off the late double this afternoon. 7th race, a $7,500 claimer, a wide open $7,500 claimer. This race going 3/4 of a mile. You just saw the Richie Morden barn getting off of the Schneid back in race number 6. So that's 4 trainers on the program today that have all found the winner's circle for the first time in 2024. We need Bill Theranis to come right back and give us another winner, because he gave us a win earlier on in the 4th race, and now he'll try and get another one with Jamista. Jamista, the favorite, currently at 2-1. This is the 1-horse Blue Max going out for Jordan Lay, beaten double digits in both starts so far this season. Maybe taking a change here today as they put Justin Stein up. The 2 is Boxer Brief for Pat Dixon. This is the 3rd start in the form cycle for this horse as well, taking a last start out raced in that optional 10, the 5 starter, and again another horse beaten double digits in both starts this season, currently at 10-1. Now we get to some players. The 3, Lenny Kay for Vito Armada, 4th place finisher last start out, only beaten a couple of lengths behind Echo with Laughter, who, as you pointed out, Jeff, has been having a good season.
And you know what? You and I were just talking off camera about how fair the track's been today. You could win from pretty much anywhere on this track today, which has been very, very nice to see. And I'm hoping that Fraser can come right back, because I will put this horse on top. Maybe the fact that the 3's in a different color on the odds means my horse is going to win. Maybe that's a good sign for me in here. But Lenny Kay, I think, has been facing a lot tougher and gets to face much easier here today. And while speed figure-wise, the horse regressed a little bit, I actually love how determined the horse was down the lane in that last race, too. So he's got a little bit of back class to him in here. He doesn't win as often as he once did, but I think for this evaluation, he could be pretty tough.
I don't mind this 4-horse at 7-1, Maximus Momentous, going out for Ross Armada. I think this could be Munger's type of ride, like a horse that wants to sit and come with a run late. We do know that Wilson rode the horse last start out to a win, but Wilson goes to the 5-horse. I don't mind this pickup for him.
The only concern I have, and I agree with everything that you said, the only concern I have is the horse won first time out last season and then never won again. And then this is the same scenario going to happen yet again. And Emma rode the hair off this horse to get the win last time out, but got it. I do think the extra distance is going to be very beneficial. And, back in the day, he would have demolished this group of horses. So he does have a little bit of back class to him as well.
Jamista is the 5, the current favorite at 2-1, going out for Bill Theranis, and he's looking for his 2nd winner on the program.
Well, regardless of what happens, the rest of the way, he's been a fantastic claim for just a nickel, because he went from a nickel all the way up to face 50,000 claimers wrap up the year last year and got a piece of that. I don't know why, but this horse runs for Willie. Willie Theranos, he's got the key to this horse. I thought maybe we had a bit of a regression last time out. I thought he was a little bit flat, but he is a huge bounce back prospect in here, and I can see why you like him.
The other thing, too, is not only does Willie like the horse, but Emma likes the horse. She seems to do very well with this one as well. The 6 is Highland Society. Ron Sadler got a win on yesterday's program with the horse going 2nd start off of the layoff. Last start for this horse was 3rd place finish. I think we could have a better effort today.
And the big thing that I like about his last start was he was chasing that speedster and Echo with Laughter, and it probably cost him the 2nd place position on the podium because he just got a little bit tired. But now he's got that race under his belt. He should be a little bit tighter. He was a vet scratch back on May the 25th, so there is that gap. May 5th, scheduled to race May the 5th, so you can see why Ron put a little bit of a work into the horse back on June the 1st.
And then a Fort Erie Invader will round out the field. The 7 Mobilizer for Howard Keane with Kirk Johnson in the irons. A wire-to-wire winner basically at Fort Erie in the mud back on May the 28th will come here to try the all-weather surface, a surface that this horse hasn't really been all too successful at, and we haven't really seen too many races on this track for this horse either. But he ships in from Fort Erie, and they'll try their best here to kick off the late double in race number 7. Any final thoughts on this race, Jeff?
Well, the horse we're looking at right now, I think is not a win factor, but I think could have a huge impact on how this race unfolds because it's very, very quick in here. I think your horse is going to bounce back and run a really good race. I'm really kind of guessing with Lenny Kay that he's potentially going to step forward here and run better in here. I think you've kind of gone towards the safer play, that being Jamista, because I do think what we saw last time, it is not a true indication as to where the horse is right now.
Well, like you said, with Jamista, there's a couple of things to like. The fact that Willie Theranis lost the horse, he went back and he took the horse and he got him for a deal, much less than what he lost him for. And the fact that Wilson goes here, I think that says a lot about the 5 as well. Current favorite at 5-2 as we have just 13 minutes to go before race number 7. We should go riders up momentarily.
is the call to post. Race number 7, and in this field there are no changes. They'll go 6 furlongs on the main track, 3-year-olds and up. In the post parade, number 1 is Blue Max, raced and trained by Jordan Lay, the rider Justin Stein. 2 Boxer Brief for Colebrook Farms and Patrick Dixon, the trainer. The rider is Jose Campos. Number 3, Lenny Kay for Alpine Stable Limited, Vito Armada and Fraser Abley. 4 Maximus Momentous, owned by SA Racing Stable Incorporated, trained by Ross Armada, jockey Ryan Munger. Jamista, number 5, races for the barn of William Theranos and Tara Horse Farm Incorporated with Emma Jane Wilson. Wayne Levy, owner of 6, Highland Society, trainer Ronald Sadler, and the rider is Jason Hoyt. And 7 Mobilizer for Kirk Johnson, who rides here for Howard Keane, owner trainer. On the way to the start, 7 minutes, race 7 is 6 furlongs. 2 minutes. Headed behind the starting gate for the 7th race, where the favourite is the 5. Jamista showing odds of 9 to 5. A current favourite over the 3, Lenny Kay, who's just gone out to 5 to 2. Was it 2 to 1? 7 to 2, Maximus Momentous. And 5 to 1, now 6 to 1 for Highland Society. They're coming forward. And to the rail is Blue Max. 6 furlongs is the distance here coming along. Boxer Brief. And Lenny Kay for Fraser Abley, who is coming off a win in the previous race. Last start winner, Maximus Momentous, gate 4. Next along is Jamista. Highland Society coming to the line. And Mobilizer is the last to link up. Off a win at Fort Erie. Stand by for a start. Set to run, all in and locked up. And as they break, Highland Society won the start narrowly with Mobilizer the outside. And coming through is Maximus Momentous in the center in search of that lead as Mobilizer's run to the front. And just behind them is Blue Max on the inside. And as they settle down towards the tail end early, Jamista's got behind Lenny Kay. And last is Boxer Brief, showing the way Mobilizer by a battle length. On the inside, Maximus Momentous settling well. The outer Highland Society. And then a ruck of them on the inside. Blue Max coming up off the inside now. And racing around them goes Jamista with Lenny Kay in the center. A couple away last. Boxer Brief now 3 behind. The leader Mobilizer taken on by Highland Society. Jamista on the extreme outside and plunging through is Lenny Kay in the center as they pick up the tempo, and Blue Max on the inside looking for somewhere to come through. And Maximus Momentous left flat-footed, and last Boxer Brief as they wheel for home. Highland Society tackled by Blue Max, who comes quickly in the center. Jamista the outside, Lenny Kay between them, and they are coming out wide. Jamista down the extreme outside, ranging up on the rails. Highland Society. Jamista has gone to the front. Highland Society the inside, and Jamista holding a half a length, now a length advantage. Emma Jane Wilson, Jamista, a length and 3/4. Highland Society second, Blue Max third, and fourth, Lenny Kay. 1:10.17. Opening quarter was 23, a half a mile, 45 and 4, and 57 and 4 for the 5/8. The time 1:10.17. Five, the winner, Jamista. Over 6, Highland Society. 1, Blue Max, and 3, Lenny Kay. 5, 6, 1, 3. Jamista is the winner, and that is win number 4 from 16 lifetime starts. Has had a lot of in the moneys as well as that. There were 4 seconds and a third, so 4 wins is now on the board for this 4-year-old. A big gelding by Arpista from Jamie's Dancer. Tara Horse Farm Incorporated, the owner of the winner, bred the winner, and William Therinos picking up the training double here today. He won early with Nono's Little Boy. Emma Jane Wilson bringing home Jamista as the winner.
Right across, Leroy. Oh, that's great. Okay, guys. Okay, there we go. Right here. Yeah, that's good. Let's see. Yeah, that's great. Look at here. Okay, thanks, everybody. Oh, the best one of the day. The best. Thank you. Thank you.
The returns are in. It's official. Jamista number 5, $3.70 for the win. The exacta $5,620.70, and the trifecta paying on 561 $114.50. The super number 3, 4th, $259.95. 7-5 double, $28.30. In the pick 3, 175, $35.75. In the pick 4 numbers in the first leg, 1, 2, or 8, $97.55. The biggest return in the swinger on 1-5 is $14.50. 1-6, $13.45, and 5-6, 6 even. Just $9 of live money is remaining in the pick 6 pool. And as they break, Highland Society won the start narrowly with Mobilizer the outside. And coming through is Maximus Momentous in the center in search of that lead as Mobilizers run to the front. And just behind them is Blue Max on the inside. And as they settle down towards the tail end early, Jamista's got behind Lenny Kay. And last is Boxer Brief, showing the way Mobilizer by about a length. On the inside, Maximus Momentous settling well. The outer Highland Society. And then a ruck of them on the inside. Blue Max coming up off the inside now. And racing around them goes Jamista with Lenny Kay in the center. A couple away last. Boxer Brief now 3 behind. The leader Mobilizer taken on by Highland Society. Jamista on the extreme outside and plunging through is Lenny Kay in the center as they pick up the tempo, and Blue Max on the inside looking for somewhere to come through. And Maximus Momentous left flat-footed, and last Boxer Brief as they wheel for home. Highland Society tackled by Blue Max, who comes quickly in the center. Jamista the outside, Lenny Kay between them, and they are coming out wide. Jamista down the extreme outside, ranging up on the rails. Highland Society. Jamista has gone to the front. Highland Society the inside, and Jamista holding a half a length, now a length advantage. Emma Jane Wilson, Jamista, a length and 3/4. Highland Society second, Blue Max third, and fourth, Lenny Kay. 110.17. Finish order is on screen. We have some claims, and first Maximus Momentous from the barn of Ross Armada to Claudia Rabstein for owner Zig Greensteins, and Jamista from the barn of William Theranos to William Armada for Fortunata Galati. And they are the claims out of race number 7. To the final race off of the inner turf. It's the same distance on the main track of 5 furlongs. Scratch number 5. Small Talk, a Stewart scratch. And there's a big carryover in the jackpot high five. $194,841.32. 8 minutes, or should say 22 minutes, to race 8.
So, the average person walks 150 million steps in a lifetime. But how many go somewhere new? Those are the ones that count. Let's keep walking. Johnny Walker.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
18 minutes to go before race number 8, which is our Jackpot High Five finale. And as pointed out, Jackpot High Five carryover is growing at 194,000 plus. We'd suggest putting some friends together and getting a ticket here in the 8th and final on the card. And the 8th race is a $25,000 claimer, non-winners of 3. It's been a good day today for Bill Theranis. He's won 2 on the program, just coming through with Jamista back in race number 7 to kick off the late double. The favorite got it done. And this race was originally scheduled for the inner turf, but now we're going to go on the all-weather. Here's the favorite. Rock to Fame for Mark Casse. Sophia Vivez doing the riding. A speed player in this race will probably try to steal it gate to wire.
You've had many a job in the horse racing industry throughout the years, and you have covered actually a couple of quarter horse races at the Forts.
I did. A few years of it.
Back in the day. And I'll tell you what, this horse was quarter horsing last time. Now it's opened up a quick 4. A blink of an eye, opened up these 4 lengths and couldn't quite sustain it, but actually ran very well to finish second in against Garofoli, who was able to pull off the victory. That was for 40, now for 25. Now, technically, we're skipping a condition. I'm not too worried about that. Speed. Yep. I think this horse is just literally walking over to the paddock with the for sale sign on, and hopefully you win and you just turn the page.
Oh, we've seen a few claims on today's program. Most recently in race number 7, there were 2 claims out of that. The 2 was Magic Tomahawk, 7-1 the price for Sylvain Pion, a horse who moves up. Now, they did take advantage of the waiver back on the May 23rd race, and it was a winning one.
Massive overlay in that last race when able to pull off the win. And I'm really happy for the connections, too. These are some new people that have just gotten into the game, this Run Your Race stables, and it's great to see them having some success. And they were very patient with this horse, who showed signs of having some talent, but had to fall down into an easier spot, got the win. And what can confidence do for you? They come right back and win yet again at 5.5 furlongs. It has been a somewhat quiet day for Rafael Hernandez as well, so he's due to make a little bit of noise.
True, but I think he's going to make some noise over the weekend. The 3 is Kinetic Stone, a 21-1 long shot here from the By-Ragonaut barn. Number 4 is Forest Star for Sandra Dominguez, 10-1 the price on this horse. Blinkers going on. This will be the first start of the season for this horse as we move over to the 6, because the 5-horse Small Talk is a scratch from this race. The 6 is Warp Ride for Norm McKnight, and we saw Norm in the winner's circle earlier on in the first race on today's program, so he's looking to double up today.
Well, this guy got me last time. I thought for sure, I realized it was a massive drop, but I thought he would have enough back class to win for 15, and he couldn't. And he never even gave me the feeling he was going to win on that day, too, at 65 cents the dollar. So his status to me is a huge question mark in here. I do obviously like the fact they're coming back in a relatively short time frame in here, but I was so disappointed with how the horse ran last time out.
The 7 gets a new rider today in Fraser Ailby, so the Bug Rider hops aboard, and he's looking for his second winner on the card.
There's a lot of fast horses in this race, and this would be another one of them. Naturally, you're going to get a lot of speedsters when you're going 5 furlongs in here. But can the horse sustain a duel with, like, It's a Fluke, with a Kinetic Stone and a Rock to Fame? That is what worries me in here. Can the horse come from off the pace? I don't think he can. I just don't think the race setup is really in his favor here today.
Another speed player in the race is the 8, It's a Fluke, going out for Darwin Benak. The barn's been hot, and the horse drops in price.
It comes out of a pretty significant race, too. That Forest Buzz came out of that race to win with an 86 buyer, and the 4th place finisher was one that you liked on that day. No More Options that came out of that race to win. So obviously it's been facing some pretty good competition in here, and I do think this horse can sit just off of it if need be. I think this is a very dangerous horse at a good price at 6-1.
And then Musical Spell. Now this horse facing non-winners of 3 for the very first time, comes out of the non-winners of 2 ranks on the inner turf course, was a winner that day. He could be the stock and pop type of horse.
Yeah, and the good news for him is the surface change doesn't really hurt him all that much either. He's not really surface dependent. Obviously he won on turf last time out, but what really helped him last time out was the trip that he got. He was able to save ground on the inside and then split horses late. That is the type of trip that more often than not will work on the inside course, whereas here, going 5/8 the speed, I think you can stalk on the outside and have some success. So I think a lot of the cards are kind of falling in the direction right now of Musical Spell. If they really rock and roll up front, which is a possibility, Musical Spell could pull off another victory here today.
Well, one thing we can say is that we think we saw a very fair card of racing today. We saw horses on the front end do well. We saw horses coming from off the pace doing well. Same thing on yesterday's program. It was a fair card yesterday as well.
Yeah, Willie Theranos obviously had the hot hand from a training point of view. No riders were able to double up, right? Quick.
Not yet.
Yes,
not yet.
But then tomorrow, we hope that Mother Nature cooperates, because we're turf heavy tomorrow, not so much on Sunday. But we have the girls coming up in the Fury Stakes.
Yes, the Furious Stepping Stone on the road to the Woodbine Oaks. And we also should give a shout out to Ernie Perry, who was on the show with us earlier on today, and he pointed out a clocker horse, which was Victoria Elizabeth, that was a winner in race number 3 on the program. And actually, one of the other horses he talked about is Fev Rover. And we know that the heavens have opened up down at Saratoga, and you were thinking this could be a good move for this
Yeah,
horse.
I just put a bet on her because of that. You know, going to have a little bit of ground. Not a big bet by any means, but just like a couple of bucks to win in place. But just thinking, you know what, she gets a little bit of cut to the ground in there. And the New York Stakes, she might be able to do some pretty good things. But on her best day, she's capable of doing some pretty nice things there. And then speaking of the fillies, tonight's big card at Woodbine Mohawk Park as they have the Rosa Red eliminations taking place. They're Grand Circuit time right now, right? Because we have obviously a lot of eliminations for the big program next Saturday taking place tonight and tomorrow. So all the best to Chad and to Randy and to track announcer Ken.
Yes, I'm really excited to watch that too, because one of my favorite horses in harness racing will compete tonight, and that's So Much More. She's a little older. She does compete tonight in one of the Roses Are Red eliminations, but she'll try to take on some of these younger mares that, you know, are coming into their time to shine. But it's a great program tonight for Mohawk. Tomorrow night as well, a good program there, and we come into a busy weekend with the preps for the Oaks and the preps for the King's Plate. Just 12 minutes to go before race number 8 on the program. It is the Jackpot High Five finale. Jeff and I will be back with you tomorrow for a great card of racing from right here at Woodbine.
Call to post for race 8, which has been switched to the main track at 5 furlongs, same distance, and scratch the 5, and that is Small Talk. Is a Stewart scratch, the carryover $194,841.32 in this final race, the Jackpot High Five. And the 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3, head to the post parade, 9 minutes away, race 8. Post Parade, race 8. Number 1 is Rock to Fame, trained by Mark Cassie for Gary Barber, and the rider is Sofia Vives. 2 Magic Tomahawk for Sylvain Pion, Run Your Race Stables, and Rafael Hernandez. 3 Kinetic Stone is in the barn of Ravindra Raghunath, owned by Sheila Mohan and Nancy Raghunath, with Alexander Marty. Number 4, Forest Star, raced and trained by Sandra Dominguez, with jockey Larry Munoz. 5 is a scratch. Small Talk of Ed scratch. Number 6, Warp Ride for Bruno Schickedans, Norm McKnight and Justin Stein. Mark Main Prize owns 7. He's fully loaded and is in the barn of Ian Black with rider Fraser Abley. Number 8, It's a Fluke, is to be ridden by Kazushi Kimura for Darwin Banak, owned by Foxcroft Racing Stable and M&V Earl. And Camhaven Farms with 9, Musical Spell, trainer Steve Flint, jockey Ryan Munger. This field headed to the 5 furlongs on the main track, 6 minutes away. Two minutes. Our starter calling them to come back to the gate. This race will conclude our thoroughbred program here today. Don't forget, tomorrow we do have the Fury Stakes and the 3-year-old fillies foaling Canada, and on Sunday the Queenston Stakes. Some very good stakes races lining up for the Saturday and Sunday with those stakes races as the features, and they're coming to the gate here with the carryover and the jackpot high five, almost at 195,000. Rock to Fame has drawn the inside gate and is the race favourite, 7-5 in the betting. Rock to Fame, the ride for Sofia Vives, taken to the line. This race switched from the inner turf to the main track, 5 furlongs, and going in is Magic Tomahawk. He's actually going for a third successive win, was a winner late last season and off the bench as well. Kinetic Stone to gate 3. Moving along is Forest Star, the Chestnut to gate 4 for Larry Munoz, and Warp Bride in the Bruno Chicadan Silks is next. Gate 7, he's fully loaded. And It's a Fluke for a barn that's having a great start to the meet, and that is for Darwin Banak. It's a Fluke goes in, and Musical Spell to the outside post for Ryan Munger. And this field all in and locked up. Off they race. That was a perfect start. Rock to Fame, driven straight clear of the opposition, is separated from the pack by a couple of lengths. Absolutely flying early. Rock to Fame for Sofia Vives from He's Fully Loaded. Kinetic Stone, then It's a Fluke, and on the inside, Warp Ride. Around them, Musical Spell making ground from Forest Star, and Magic Tomahawk is last. Rock to Fame began like a bullet. Out in front by a length to He's Fully Loaded. Kinetic Stone is third. Lying in fourth, It's a Fluke, gaining some nice ground. On the outside, Musical Spell, and up the rails, Warp Ride. A long gap to Forest Star. And last, Magic Tomahawk. Rock to Fame's off and running again. Turns by 3, Kinetic Stone. Warp Ride is skimming the rail. Out wider, It's a Fluke, hit the wall, and down the outside, Musical Spell. He's fully loaded, went via the Cape, but well out in front. Rock to Fame, but coming is Warp Ride, is starting to knuckle down nicely on the outside. Rock to Fame by a length and a half to Warp Ride. Warp Ride picking up a lot of ground, is coming up on the outside as they go right down to the wire. And it's a photo, Warp Ride on the outside, and the photo on the rails, Rock to Fame. And back in third is It's a Fluke. And on the outside, Musical Spell, with on the rails, Forest Star. A photo for the win in the nightcap, 57.94. Opening quarter, 21-4. The half a mile, 44-3. And the time is 57.94. A photo for the win. And the winner is 6, Warp Ride, over 1, Rock to Fame. Third 8, It's a Fluke. 9, Musical Spell, fourth, and 4, Forest Star, fifth. So for the jackpot high 5, you need 61894. The final race has gone to Warp Ride for a third lifetime success in a 20th start. Has picked up, as we saw there, a nice win in the final race. The 5-year-old Bay Gelding by the Australian Stern from Riding Point, adding to the prize money there in a 2nd and 4 thirds, but now a 3-time winner. Warp Ride gives a double to date to trainer Norm McKnight. The winning owner is Bruno Schickedans, was bred by Joey G, thoroughbreds in Ontario. And the final race winning rider is Justin Stein. It is official on the final race. Here are the prices. The winner paid very well. Number 6, Warp Ride, $15.70 for the win. That exact is 6-1, $51.80. Trifecta, $91.60. And the Super 6-1, 8-9, $263.60. And the Jackpot High Five Consolation is $529 even for 61894. We're over the $200,000 mark for Saturday. The carryover is officially $204,165.63. The late double 5-6, $30.50. The final race swinger on 6-8, $4.05, 163.70, 183.15. Pick 3 numbers, 7, 5, 6, $75.40. And in the pick 6, 5, the first leg into 1, 2, or 8, then 1, 7, 5, 6. $1,586.03 is the consolation. The jackpot will be up to $65,754.76. That's the jackpot power pick 6 carryover. There is the win photo. Off their race, that was a perfect start. Rock to Fame, driven straight clear of the opposition, is separated from the pack by a couple of lengths. Absolutely flying early. Rock to Fame for Sophia Vives from He's Fully Loaded. Kinetic Stone, then It's a Fluke, and on the inside, Warp Ride. Around them, Musical Spell making ground from Forest Star, and Magic Tomahawk is last. Rock to Fame began like a bullet. Out in front by a length to He's Fully Loaded. Kinetic Stone is third. Lying in fourth, It's a Fluke, gaining some nice ground. On the outside, Musical Spell, and up the rails, Warp Ride. A long gap to Forest Star. And last, Magic Tomahawk. Rock to Fame's off and running again. Turns by 3, Kinetic Stone. Warp Ride is skimming the rail. Out wider, It's a Fluke, hit the wall, and down the outside, Musical Spell. He's Fully Loaded, went via the Cape, but well out in front. Rock to Fame, but coming is Warp Ride, is starting to knuckle down nicely on the outside. Rock to Fame by a length and a half to Warp Ride. Warp Ride picking up a lot of ground, is coming up on the outside as they go right down to the wire. And it's a photo, Warp Ride on the outside, and the photo on the rails, Rock to Fame. And back in third is It's a Fluke. And on the outside, Musical Spell, with on the rails, Forest Star. A photo for the win in the nightcap, 57.94. There is the finish order for the final race on our program here today. And we'll take a look at the claim from the final race next. And that was horse 1, Rock to Fame, has gone from the barn of Mark Cassie to William Theranos for J&B Wright Racing and Natural 8 Stable. And that concludes our thoroughbred portion of racing today. We have Standardbreds at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And a reminder, we have the Fury Stakes tomorrow, and on Sunday the Queenston. Excellent races lined up, and it's Belmont Stakes Day at Saratoga tomorrow. Thanks for joining us on track, and those who have been following the Woodbine Signal, on behalf of the Woodbine Entertainment Group, wishing you a very good night.